Chapter 11:03. The four women went back to their rooms and changed their clothes. Each of them was more beautiful and sexy than the other. Rao Sherman wore a black evening gown, which made her look more elegant and noble. Zhang Cuckoo changed into denim overalls, a white t-shirt, and colorful socks. She jumped into Qin Feng's arms as soon as she came out. Xiao Li, on the other hand, was still in her white dress. As a ghost cultivator, she did not really care about her appearance. Cher changed into a red cheongsam, which showed off her perfect identity. After the four women were dressed, Qin Feng brought them to the restaurant on the third floor. Tom had sent Odin's photo to Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked into the restaurant on the third floor, looked around, and saw Odin sitting at a table under a floor-to-ceiling window. There was another person sitting under the window. It was Song Xiaohu, who was knocked out by Zhang Cuckoo not long ago. Big brother Odin, I'm so happy to see you. What movie have you taken recently? Is there a role for an underling? I'm the best at playing the role of an underling. Song Xiaohu knew Odin, but they were just fair-weather friends. Song Xiaohu did not stay idle since he was at the Star Hotel. Celebrities and famous directors could be seen everywhere in the hotel. Song Xiaohu had been wandering around the hotel for the whole day. Whenever he met a big shot, he would have to suck up to them. Odin said indifferently while eating his steak, I've taken on a Hollywood movie recently. The role of the underling has already been taken by someone else. You're late. Song Xiaohu was a little disappointed. Then he laughed and said, Big brother Odin, if you don't have an underling, you can be an underling's underling. There are many young models and actresses from China attending the Oscar Film Festival. I can introduce them to you, big brother. Odin's knife and fork stopped, and he suddenly looked up at Song Xiaohu. Do you have anything of the highest quality? Why do all the young models you introduced look the same? Do you have any beauties who haven't gone through plastic surgery? I'm not interested if they're of the same level as before. Song Xiaohu had introduced a few Chinese actresses to Odin and tried to matchmake them. That was how he got to know Odin, a Hollywood superstar. Song Xiaohu pondered for a while. Most of the Chinese actresses who attended the Oscar Film Festival were of the same level as before. Most of them had gone through plastic surgery, and most of them had gone through plastic surgery in the same place. Holy shit! Zheng Shuai, Zhang Cuckoo, you two are hiding here. I was just looking for you. Are you trying to run away after beating me up? Just wait for me to call the police and arrest you. Song Xiaohu suddenly jumped up. He saw Qin Feng and the four women walking over. Odin was very dissatisfied with Song Xiaohu's reaction. He frowned and turned to look. Odin's eyes lit up, and he didn't even notice that the knife and fork in his hand had fallen to the ground. Song Xiaohu, do you know those women? Are they all Chinese celebrities? Odin asked in a low voice. Song Xiaohu was about to call the police, but he was shocked by Odin's words. Song Xiaohu could tell that Odin had taken a fancy to Rao Sherman and the other four beauties. Brother Odin, 3 of those 4 beauties are celebrities. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Song Xiaohu reacted quickly. He put aside his conflict with Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo and started to fawn on Odin. Odin was so excited that he couldn't sit still. He nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, invite them to sit at this table. If I can sleep with all 4 of them tonight, I'll help you fight for a role in a Hollywood movie. You'll be the male lead. Song Xiaohu was so surprised that he almost screamed out loud. That was the male lead of a Hollywood movie. Currently, no one in the Chinese film and television industry could reach that level. Damned fly, how did you come back to life? Looks like I didn't slap you hard enough last time. This time, I'll slap you to death. Zhang Cuckoo ran over angrily and raised her hand to slap Qin Feng. Song Xiaohu had seen Zhang Cuckoo's palm strength before. This girl looked slender and tall, but how could she be so strong? Big Star Cuckoo, please don't hit me. It's my fault. I'll apologize to you. Song Xiaohu changed his attitude without any warning. He was really shameless in order to become famous. Cuckoo, don't mess around. Qin Feng shouted at Zhang Cuckoo because he was here to talk to Odin. Zhang Cuckoo obeyed Qin Feng's order. She pouted and ran to Qin Feng's side to complain. Big brother Zheng Shuai, why didn't you let me hit him? That damned fly is so annoying. Qin Feng patted Zhang Cuckoo's head and did not explain. He brought the 4 girls to Odin's side and asked, Are you Odin? Qin Feng asked casually. Odin looked at Qin Feng from top to bottom. He was displeased when he saw Qin Feng was surrounded by 4 beautiful girls. He thought Qin Feng was here to flatter him like Song Xiaohu, so he glared at Qin Feng disdainfully. Who are you? Don't stand beside me and get out of here. Are you deaf, Zheng Shuai? Big brother Odin asked you to get out of here. This is America, Big brother Odin's country. Song Xiaohu was filled with anger. He started to reprimand Qin Feng with Odin as his backer. Qin Feng initially planned to talk to Odin about the Oscar Golden Deer, but it seemed like there was no need for that now. All he needed to do was to beat the crap out of Odin and force him to hand over the slot. Hey, how dare you yell at Big Brother Zheng Shuai? Do you think I won't knock you out again? Zhang Cuckoo was displeased. Song Xiaohu did not bring his bodyguard and secretary with him when he came to Odin. Therefore, he was afraid of Zhang Cuckoo since he was alone. Odin's gaze fell on Zhang Cuckoo's slender legs, which were clad in colorful knee socks. Hee, little beauty, don't you know who I am? Odin was about to use his usual method of picking up girls. As long as he told Qin Feng his name, thousands of girls would fall for him. Who are you? Why do you look like a gorilla? Of course, Zhang Cuckoo knew who Odin was, but she did not give him any face. Who asked this black guy to be so arrogant and rude to Qin Feng? Odin rolled his eyes and almost fainted from anger. As a Hollywood superstar, no one dared to say that he looked like a gorilla. But to be honest, Odin was dark and muscular. He really did look like a gorilla. Ahem. Let me tell you then. I'm a Hollywood superstar, Odin. I've acted in many movies. I'm sure you've seen The Ice Age, The Bee Effect, The Fast and Love. I've starred in all of them. In the past, whenever Odin told them the names of these movies, the female celebrities or fans would scream and jump in excitement as if they were having an orgasm. Odin put on a proud expression as he waited for Zhang Cuckoo and the girls to scream. After a dozen seconds of silence, Odin felt as if he had been slapped in the face by the silence. Ahem. Haven't any of you seen these movies? They're Hollywood blockbusters, and they're being screened in every country. Odin could no longer sit still, so he added, Rao Sherman, and the girls remained silent. They did not give Odin any face at all. Zhang Cuckoo pouted and said, You've acted in these movies? What does this have to do with us? Are you showing off? You're so vulgar and childish. Zhang Cuckoo's eloquence had reached the point of perfection, and Odin was no match for Zhang Cuckoo. He was so enraged by her words that smoke began to rise from the top of his head. Zhang Cuckoo, how can you talk to Big Brother Odin like that? He's our senior. We need to learn acting skills and experience from him. Apologize to him now. Song Xiaohu quickly stepped forward to mediate the situation. Odin was filled with resentment, but he had no way to vent it out. At least, he could not lose his temper before he captured Zhang Cuckoo and the girls. Song Xiaohu, as a man, how can you lose your temper at a woman? Hurry up and shut up. Odin vented his anger on Song Xiaohu. Song Xiaohu was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. Odin could tell that Zhang Cuckoo was a difficult woman to deal with. His gaze fell on Rao Sherman, and he said with a smile, Hey, pretty lady, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't you sit down and have dinner with us? We're all actors and actresses, so we can sit down and discuss our experiences. There's no need for that, Mr. Odin. We're here with our friends. It's not convenient for us to have dinner with you. Rao Sherman's tone was unquestionable, but she always used polite words. Rao Sherman and the girls did not know that Qin Feng was going to talk to Odin about the Oscar golden deer. They were puzzled. Why is he still standing there? Is this your friend? I think he looks ordinary. I don't think he's that famous, right? It's a waste of your youth to hang out with this kind of person. He won't be of any help to you. Odin did not even care about Song Xiaohu, let alone Qin Feng. Song Xiaohu, who was so angry that he almost vomited blood, became cocky again. He echoed Odin's words and said, "That's right. Big brother Odin is right. What's the use of hanging out with a newbie like Zhang Shuai? If it were me, I would definitely hang out with Big brother Odin. If Big brother Odin is happy, he might invite me to participate in his movie. It's a Hollywood blockbuster." Odin looked at Song Xiaohu with satisfaction and said, "Song Xiaohu is right. I'm going to shoot a movie with a huge investment and it will be released worldwide. I'm still short of a few female leads. I think the four of you are quite suitable for the role. If you're interested, you can sit down and have a good chat with me." Odin began to tempt Rao Sherman and the girls with a Hollywood blockbuster. If this was placed in front of any other Chinese female stars, they would be so excited that they would want to throw themselves on Odin's bed. Unfortunately, Rao Sherman and the girls were an exception. They did not care about Hollywood blockbusters. Song Xiaohu was so excited that he wished he could change his appearance and personality right now. He would be happy if he could get Odin to play the female lead in his movie. "Is there something wrong with you, gorilla? Do you want us to act with you? Our identities are very honorable, okay? Stop daydreaming." Odin's pretense was blown away by Zhang Kuku's words. In the past, everyone fawned on Odin and took pride in acting with Odin. Now, Zhang Kuku was unhappy because she despised Odin. "How can you say that, woman? It's your fortune that I am willing to invite you. Don't be so shameless." Odin was so angry that he could no longer keep up his act. Zhang Kuku was also angry. She raised her hand and was about to slap Odin, but Qin Feng stopped her. "Odin, right? I heard you're the winner of the Oscar Golden Deer. I want you to give up your position to me." Qin Feng pulled Zhang Kuku into his arms and looked at Odin domineeringly. Odin and Song Xiaohu were stunned. They looked at Qin Feng in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. "How dare you, a Chinese rising star, talk to a Hollywood superstar in such a tone? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 1104. Odin's face was ashen. He didn't know Qin Feng well. He looked at Song Xiaohu and asked, "Who is this brat? Does he have any backing in China?" Song Xiaohu looked at Qin Feng with disdain and said, "Big brother Odin, this brat is just a new actor in China. He only starred in a movie with a little fame. How dare he be so arrogant in America? Big brother Odin, you don't have to care about him at all. You can do whatever you want." Song Xiaohu started to provoke the relationship between Qin Feng and Odin. He couldn't wait for Odin to beat Zhang Shuai up. Odin was emboldened. He held his head high and roared at Qin Feng, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight, or I'll teach you a lesson." Song Xiaohu suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "All right, big brother Odin, this brat didn't get a room just now. He's not a guest of Star Hotel. Let's call the security guards and kick him out." Odin's eyes lit up. He immediately waved at the security guards. "Superstar Odin, is there anything we can do for you?" Odin was very famous in America. The two security guards who rushed over knew him. They smiled and fawned on Odin. "What kind of work are you guys doing? There are outsiders in the hotel. Hurry up and kick that brat out." Odin pointed at Qin Feng and yelled. The two security guards broke into a cold sweat. This star hotel didn't allow outsiders. If the matter got out of hand, the two security guards would be fired. "Brat, how dare you sneak into Star Hotel? Hurry up and follow us out." The two security guards didn't even ask Qin Feng anything. They came up to drag Qin Feng out. However, before their hands could touch Qin Feng's body, they were already sent flying. They crashed into a nearby table and flipped it over. Rumble. This fall caused a huge commotion and immediately attracted the attention of many guests and hotel staff. The guests in the hotel were all famous celebrities from various countries. Their social status and class were very high. Many female celebrities were frightened by the fight. "Mr. Odin, what's going on here? Are you hurt?" The manager of the restaurant on the third floor heard the commotion and rushed over with 8 security guards. The manager knew Odin, so he went to inquire about Odin's condition. Odin was still in a daze. He didn't expect Qin Feng to fight in Star Hotel. "Is this guy tired of living? Are you the manager here? Hurry up and catch that stinking brat. He's hitting people here, and he's not a resident here." After Odin saw Qin Feng's skills, he was actually somewhat afraid of Qin Feng. When he saw that the manager had brought 8 tall and burly security guards, Odin finally calmed down a little. The manager's gaze fell on Qin Feng. The Americans didn't really like Chinese celebrities. "Arrest that criminal and hand him over to the police. Since he dares to cause trouble in a celebrity hotel, he must be severely punished." As soon as the manager gave the order, the 8 security guards pounced on Zhang Kuku. Before Qin Feng could make his move, Zhang Kuku could not hold it in any longer. She had the gene of a primordial giant beast in her body. Previously, she could hunt for sharks or devil beast mountain, but now she could not even find a chance to vent her anger. Bang! Zhang Kuku's seemingly light slap sent the 2 security guards flying. The other 6 security guards were stunned. Even the manager and Odin were dumbfounded. What did these Chinese people eat growing up? How could he be so strong? "You bastards! Why did you chase away Brother Zheng Shuai? Who says we're not guests here? We're staying in the presidential suite." Zhang Kuku scolded the security guards angrily as she taught them a lesson. The 8 security guards were no match for Zhang Kuku. In just a few breaths' time, the 8 security guards were scattered all over the place. Odin and the manager were still in a daze. Song Xiaohu's eyes had already fallen to the ground. The celebrities who were eating nearby were also dumbfounded. No one would have thought that a slender and beautiful woman like Zhang Kuku would be as ferocious as a ferocious beast. "Hey, why are you still standing there like a fool, you bastard? Hurry up and apologize to Big Brother Zheng Shuai, or I'll blow your head off with one punch." Zhang Kuku shouted at the manager after she dealt with the security guards. The manager was jolted awake. He subconsciously covered his head with his hands, as he was afraid that Zhang Kuku would blow his head off. You Chinese people are crazy. I am going to call the police to arrest you." The manager was terrified and shocked. In the past, the Chinese celebrities who stayed in the Star Hotel were very meek. Even the hotel staff did not like them. However, these arrogant and despotic people completely subverted the image of Chinese celebrities. Zhang Kuku was so angry that she wanted to hit the manager again. Qin Feng stopped her and tossed the room card to the manager. "Open your eyes and take a good look. This is our room card. Who says we're not guests here?" Odin and Song Xiaohu were shocked, especially Song Xiaohu. He thought that Zheng Shuai did not get a room. "Song Xiaohu, what's going on? Didn't you say that the brat didn't get a room?" Odin questioned Song Xiaohu angrily. Song Xiaohu's body started to tremble. However, he still tried his luck and said, "Big Brother Odin, when Zheng Shuai got a room, there was a standard room left. I think they're squeezed into that standard room." Song Xiaohu was speechless. He thought that the 5 of them would not stay in the standard room. He didn't expect that the 5 of them would really squeeze into the standard room. He wondered what the 4 women were thinking. How could they be willing to squeeze into a small standard room with Zheng Shuai? Odin was relieved. There was nothing to be afraid of in a standard room. If worse comes to worst, he could just ask the hotel staff to chase Zheng Shuai away. While Odin and Song Xiaohu were daydreaming, the manager suddenly exclaimed, "To this is the golden card for the presidential suite? Sir, are you the guest of honor staying in the presidential suite number 8888? The manager was dumbfounded. He realized that he had offended an important person today. Those who could stay in the presidential suite of the Star Hotel were all people with high status. Odin and Song Xiaohu stared at the manager with their eyes wide open. Both of them thought there was something wrong with their ears. Zhang Shuai is staying in the presidential suite? Manager, are you mistaken? How is it possible that this brat is staying in the presidential suite? When he arrived, there were only standard rooms left in the hotel. Song Xiaohu couldn't figure it out. He had heard Zhang Shuai say that there were no more rooms left. How could the manager be mistaken? Only the key card for the presidential suite was made of pure gold. The manager glared at Song Xiaohu before he walked to Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. There was a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize to Mr. Zhang and the 4 beautiful ladies. I hope everyone can forgive me. The onlookers were stunned. Song Xiaohu and Odin were at a loss. The hotel manager seemed to have become a completely different person. His attitude towards Qin Feng changed 180 degrees, and he wanted nothing more than to kneel down and beg for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Humph, you've already offended us. Do you think you can just say that you're fine? Zhang Cuckoo angrily glared at the manager. She wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. The manager wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He looked at Zhang Cuckoo with a smile and said, please let me know if you have any request. I'll try my best to compensate you for your loss. Zhang Cuckoo thought for a moment and said, go and get rid of that fly. Don't let me see him in the Star Hotel. Okay. Zhang Cuckoo pointed at Song Xiaohu. Song Xiaohu was terrified. The VIP room he booked was incomparable to Qin Feng's presidential suite. The manager was troubled, but he quickly made up his mind. He yelled at Song Xiaohu with a cold face, Sir, you've spread a rumor that Mr. Zhang isn't a guest of our hotel. This has caused our hotel to neglect Mr. Zhang. You have to take full responsibility for this matter. Pack your things and leave the Star Hotel now. Otherwise, I'll ask the security to chase you out. The manager's words dumbfounded Song Xiaohu. He had used a lot of connections to get the VIP room, and he had booked it 20 days in advance. Manager, how can you do this? I'm also a guest of the Star Hotel. Song Xiaohu was displeased. He didn't want to leave the Star Hotel because it was a symbol of his status. Celebrities from various countries stayed in this hotel. Don't blame me for being merciless, since you refused to cooperate with us. The manager rolled his eyes at Song Xiaohu and immediately said a few words into the microphone by his collar. Not long later, another dozen or so security guards rushed to the 3rd floor. All of them were tall and sturdy men. The scene shocked the customers in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Manager, W, what are you doing? How dare you chase me away by force? I'm going to lodge a complaint against you. The manager didn't seem to hear Song Xiaohu's words. He gave a look to the security guards who rushed over, and a dozen people immediately surrounded Song Xiaohu. They directly lifted him over their heads and forcefully carried him out of the hotel. W, what are you doing? Put me down. Big brother Odin, please save me. Song Xiaohu was angry and frightened at the same time. He kept shouting, but no one paid any attention to him. Odin could tell that the manager was determined to side with Zhang Shuai, and he would never offend the manager for Song Xiaohu's sake. After Song Xiaohu was carried away, the 3rd floor regained its peace. The customers continued to eat, and the security guard who was knocked down by Zhang Cuckoo was carried away as if nothing had happened. Hee. Mr. Zhang, do you have any other orders? The manager was very respectful to Qin Feng. He couldn't afford to offend the people in the presidential suite of the Star Hotel. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Cuckoo and the other 3 women and said, Go and have your meal. I have something else to talk to this guy about. Okay. Please follow me, beautiful ladies. I'll arrange a private room for you. The manager immediately greeted Rao Sherman and the other 3 women with a smile. The four of them looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression, but when they thought of Qin Feng's skills, they automatically walked away. Qin Feng sat opposite Odin. Odin was puzzled. He didn't expect Qin Feng to have something to talk to him about. "What do you want, brat? I don't like to be disturbed when I'm eating." Odin glared at Qin Feng coldly. He was worried when he found out that Qin Feng was a guest in the presidential suite. "I've told you to give me the Golden Deer Oscar," Qin Feng said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Odin's face was as cold as ice. Odin and Song Xiaohu thought that Qin Feng was talking nonsense, but it turned out that Qin Feng was serious. "What's wrong with you, brat? Why should I give you the Golden Deer Oscar? Who do you think you are? Don't think that you're so great just because you can stay in the presidential suite. I have a presidential suite too." Chapter 1105. Qin Feng replied disapprovingly, "There's no reason. I want the Oscar Golden Deer Award, so you have to give it to me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Qin Feng's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable aura. His imposing aura made Odin feel suffocated. Odin was just an ordinary superstar. How could he compare to Qin Feng's domineering aura? "Why, you're crazy. I'm not going to accompany you in your madness. I'm going back to my room to rest after I finish eating." Odin was a little afraid. He didn't know why he was so nervous and fearful. As a Hollywood superstar, Odin had seen all kinds of big scenes. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid in front of the governor. But today, he was defeated by a rising Chinese star. Odin was filled with resentment. "You can leave, but you have to give up the Golden Deer Award nomination. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this restaurant." Qin Feng's calm voice rang out. Odin stopped in his tracks. Qin Feng didn't stop Odin with his actions, but Odin was afraid. He had a hunch that if he forced himself to leave, he would be in big trouble. "Ahem. Do you really want the Oscar Golden Deer Award?" Odin suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. "Okay, then come with me. The nomination can't be changed just because you said it. I want the Oscar Film Festival's internal management to edit your information." Odin suddenly admitted defeat. Qin Feng stared into his eyes for a few seconds. Then he smiled and stood up. "Okay, lead the way." The two of them left the Star Hotel one after the other. Odin walked in front with a sneer on his face. No one knew what kind of crooked plan he had in mind. Odin's car was parked at the entrance of Star Hotel. It was a flashy red Ferrari. Qin Feng used to drive this type of sports car in Acropolis City. He sat calmly in the passenger seat. "Sit tight, Zheng Shuai. I don't care if I throw you out." Odin sneered as he looked at Qin Feng. Without waiting for Qin Feng to reply, he floored the accelerator, and the red Ferrari sped off like a bolt of lightning. The car sped up to 200 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye, and it was still on the bustling main street of Watson City. Odin's driving skills were pretty good. He maneuvered the Ferrari through the traffic, and several times he managed to overtake other cars. If an ordinary person was sitting in the car, they would have been scared half to death. However, after driving for a while, Odin realized that Zheng Shuai seemed to be falling asleep. "Hey, aren't you afraid? My car often gets into accidents." Odin wanted to scare Qin Feng with the excuse of racing, but he was mercilessly slapped in the face by Qin Feng's reaction. Qin Feng stretched lazily. His heart was filled with disdain for Odin. Could this kind of speed be called racing? Now that Qin Feng was riding on his flying sword, he was truly fast. In Qin Feng's eyes, the Ferrari was as slow as a turtle crawling. "Oh, are your driving skills that bad? How could there be an accident when driving so slowly? I advise you not to drive anymore. It's embarrassing." Qin Feng curled his lips and said. Odin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He floored the brakes, and the red Ferrari drifted beautifully and stopped in the middle of the road. "Fuck, you're really good at bragging. I'm impressed. Since you said you're so good, Why don't you drive? I don't believe you can make this car fly." Odin was enraged. He jumped out of the car and ran to the passenger seat. Qin Feng said calmly, "Are you sure you want me to drive? Don't you cry later." Odin rolled his eyes. He almost charged at Qin Feng and said, "Do you think I'll cry? Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm the backup racer for America's F1 team. No one can surpass my driving skills in America's entertainment industry." Odin thought Qin Feng would shut up immediately after he revealed his ability. However, Qin Feng said nonchalantly, "Then I can only say that no one in America's entertainment industry knows how to drive. How sad. Fuck." Odin was so agitated that he cursed. He was completely enraged by Qin Feng. He stood outside the passenger seat and urged Qin Feng, "Brat, hurry up and drive. Let me see how capable you Chinese celebrities are. Don't tell me you've never driven a Ferrari before. Do you want Big Brother to teach you how to start it?" Odin looked at Qin Feng with a cold smile. He thought Qin Feng was bragging, so he insisted on exposing this brat's lies. Qin Feng moved to the driver's seat. He hadn't driven in a long time. Now, he used a flying sword as his mode of transportation. "Brat, hurry up and drive. Weren't you pretty high and mighty just now? Why are you so listless now? Haha, so Chinese pigs only know how to brag." Odin continued to taunt Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to him. He familiarized himself with the Ferrari's performance, then stepped on the accelerator. The car turned into a streak of red light and shot forward. When Qin Feng obtained the Hedonist sovereign system, he had obtained the elementary racing skill from the lottery. Qin Feng was a hedonist young master, so racing was as common as eating to him. Whiz! The Ferrari's speed instantly increased to 250 kilometers per hour. It was much faster than Odin's previous speed. Odin's vicious words and laughter suddenly disappeared. Looking at the trees and other cars quickly falling behind the car, Odin's heart rate sped up. Whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng continued to accelerate. He increased the Ferrari's speed to 300 kilometers per hour. This speed would be insane on a city road, and Odin was so scared that large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "AI, your car's performance is only SOSO. It's no fun to drive at 300 kilometers per hour. This speed is too slow and it's not fun to drive." Qin Feng's senses were very clear. Although the car was very fast, Qin Feng's reaction speed was even faster. He had long since surpassed a normal person. 300 kilometers per hour was like the speed of a turtle to Qin Feng. He easily avoided the cars and other obstacles in front of him, but Odin was only a normal person. This speed was difficult for him to accept. After holding back for a long time, Odin couldn't hold back anymore. "Te sent that too fast? Slow down. I can't even see the road clearly." Odin had arrogantly and playfully questioned Qin Feng earlier, but now he was so frightened by Qin Feng's driving skills that his face turned pale. Qin Feng looked at Odin and laughed. "That's it? You people from the American entertainment circle really don't know how to drive." When Qin Feng said this, Odin didn't have the confidence to refute. Odin didn't know the situation in China, but after seeing Qin Feng's driving skills, he was shocked. What kind of people were in China? Not only did he have extraordinary strength, but he also drove like it was killing him. "I can't go on anymore. Stop the car. It's the most congested street in front. If you continue to drive so fast, you'll definitely get into trouble." Odin shouted in fright when he saw the car enter the main street. Qin Feng, however, was indifferent. He thought the car was too slow, so he used his mind to summon his flying sword. A pink light flashed and disappeared without attracting anyone's attention. The starry sky flying sword landed on the Ferrari's chassis and started to accelerate. Whoosh! The speeding Ferrari suddenly accelerated. It was as if it was going to break through the sky. Odin was so shocked that his eyeballs fell out of their sockets. "Phut! I've seen a ghost. I've really seen a ghost. Just how fast is this car going? Why do I feel like I'm going to fly? Odin was very familiar with his Ferrari. At most, it would reach 320 kilometers per hour. But now it was so fast that it was dazzling. It was at least 400 kilometers per hour. Odin couldn't see his surroundings clearly. His hair was messed up by the strong wind, and tears were about to come out of his eyes. Stop the car. Hurry up and stop the car. If you want to die, I'm not going to accompany you. You're a fucking lunatic. Odin kept screaming, as if he was in extreme shock. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at Odin. How capable was this brat in front of him? He was scared silly at such a fast speed. Qin Feng snorted in disdain. Whoosh! The flying sword sped up again. This time, the Ferrari really flew. All four wheels were in the air, and it flew along the ground at high speed. Strong winds rose in all directions. Wherever the Ferrari went, there was a gust of wind. There were many cars on the street, and some of them swayed from the strong winds. Even more cars stopped on the road. Then they saw a red shadow flash by. Many people were so shocked that they took out their phones to take pictures. Qin Feng shook his head. This speed was only 1/3 of the galactic flying sword speed. After all, the flying sword had to drag the Ferrari. This was a bit overloaded. Qin Feng felt that it was very strenuous when he used his mind to control it. Odin was already silent. He had fainted from fright. He was so scared that he peed his pants. The bottom of his pants was wet. He fainted just like that? So weak? Qin Feng complained to Odin. If Odin could hear him, he would definitely be angered to death. Qin Feng had already put away the flying sword. The Ferrari landed on the ground. Finally, it did a beautiful drift and stopped on the side of the road. Ah, stop, hurry, and stop the car. I am going to die. I don't want to die. The car had just stopped when Odin suddenly woke up. He still remembered the time when the car was flying at high speed. After waking up, he madly ran out of the car. Brat, where did you go? The car has stopped. Qin Feng yelled at Odin. Odin finally woke up. He almost abandoned the car and ran back to the hotel. After a while, Odin finally calmed down. He sat in the driver's seat without saying a word. When he thought about how he bragged about his driving skills to Qin Feng, Odin felt as if his face had swollen from an invisible slap. Odin had peed on the passenger seat. Qin Feng leaped to the back seat. All right, take me to the person in charge of the Oscar Film Festival. Get me the Golden Deer Award. Qin Feng thought about proper business. Odin didn't say a word. He started the car and maintained the speed at 40 kilometers per hour. He was so scared that he didn't dare to speed up anymore. Odin had forcefully turned the Ferrari into a minivan. Qin Feng sat in the back seat and laughed inwardly. After more than half an hour, the car stopped in front of a bar. Odin jumped out of the car and said, "We're here." The higher-ups of the Oscar Film Festival are here? Qin Feng looked at the bright lights of the bar and laughed inwardly. He had already guessed that Odin was up to no good. He was most likely here to suppress him. I called them earlier and asked them to meet at this bar. Now that it's outside of work, the bar is more lively. Odin casually made up an excuse. Qin Feng didn't expose Odin. According to Tom, Odin had a special identity and a powerful backer. It was unrealistic to expect someone like him to give up the Golden Deer Award. Since Qin Feng had nothing better to do, he might as well teach this brat a lesson. This way, Odin would listen to him. The two of them walked into the bar one after another. The bars in America were very different from those in China. The environment here was more lively and unrestrained, and there were countless hidden entertainment programs. Chapter 1106. Mr. Odin, I brought a new friend with me tonight. Odin was a regular customer of this bar. A waiter greeted him as soon as he entered the bar. Odin tossed $100 into the waiter's tray. Is my usual seat empty? Send 2 bottles of whiskey over. Okay, Mr. Odin. Please wait a moment. The waiter left. Odin walked to the bar counter beside the stage and sat down. Then he started to admire the black beauty on the stage. Chin Fong sat at the side and looked around. The waiter quickly brought 2 glasses of whiskey. Odin was so sullen that he gulped down half a glass. Where are the higher-ups of the Oscar Film Festival? Why aren't they here yet? Chin Fong asked Odin. He knew that Odin didn't call them here. Odin had already brought Chin Fong to his territory, so he couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. His expression suddenly became cold as he glared at Chin Fong and yelled, "Stinking brat, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want to fight your elder for an Oscar with your looks? Tonight, I'll show you my power." "Oh, so you're not going to give up your seat to me?" Chin Fong didn't care about Odin's threat at all. He smiled and looked at Odin. Odin didn't know where Chin Fong got his confidence and calmness from. Even though he was in his territory, Odin was still nervous. Bang! Odin smashed the glass on the floor. He jumped up and glared at Chin Fong. "Huasha pig, of course I won't give up my seat to you. Who do you think you are? You think you're qualified to talk to me about this?" Chin Fong didn't move from his seat. Suddenly, he realized that a group of strong young men surrounded him. "Big brother Odin, what's going on?" A Caucasian man with dyed blonde hair asked Odin about the situation. There were 7 or 8 men who looked like hooligans surrounding Chin Fong. "Motherfucker," an arrogant Huasha pig came. "How dare he act big in front of me? I'll kill him tonight." Odin said bad things about Chin Fong angrily. The 7 or 8 hooligans immediately surrounded Chin Fong and stared at him fiercely. "Huh, what a Huasha pig! How dare he act big in America? He must be tired of living. Big brother Odin, say something, and we'll immediately break that brat's legs." Everyone spoke ruthlessly at the same time. It was as if Chin Fong had really fallen into their hands and was at their mercy. The apprehension in Odin's heart gradually disappeared. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around him, he immediately became arrogant. "Stinking brat, I'll give you a chance. Kneel in front of me. Kowtow, admit your mistake, and send those 4 women to my bed. I'll spare your life." Chin Fong looked at Odin as if he was looking at an idiot. "I'll give you a chance. Give up the Golden Deer Award, and I'll spare your life." Everyone suddenly fell silent and stared at Chin Fong in disbelief. The atmosphere became strange. Odin and the hooligans around him didn't understand. Chin Fong was a Huasha man, and he came alone tonight. Where did he get the guts to say such harsh words? Was there something wrong with this person's brain? "Fuck, you dare order Odin to do something? I'll kill you first." The yellow-haired man who came first had a fiery temper. He cursed and swung his fist at Chin Fong. Just as his fist was about to touch the tip of Chin Feng's nose, the yellow-haired man let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying and crashed into the table opposite him. This kick stunned everyone. Odin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Earlier at the Superstar Hotel, Odin had discovered that Zhang Kuku was extraordinarily strong. This Chin Feng's strength was also terrifying. Could it be that all Huasha people were born with the strength of bulls? "Fuck! How dare you flip over our bar counter? You're seeking death." Before the hooligans around Chin Fong could settle the matter, the people at the opposite table were enraged and surrounded Chin Fong. Now, the crowd had increased to more than 10 people. There were black and white people, and all of them were about 8 meters tall. Some of them had bulging muscles, and they looked terrifying. Bang! Someone casually picked up an empty wine bottle and smashed it at Chin Feng's head. In the end, the wine bottle shattered and landed on the hooligan's head. Chin Fong leaped and landed in the middle of the crowd. His fist struck like lightning, and his footwork was profound. The dozen people surrounding him couldn't hurt him at all. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out incessantly. In just a few breaths' time, the row of people that charged at Chin Fong were all sent flying. Some of them landed in the aisle, some knocked over other people's tables, and some were sent flying to the pole dance platform by Qin Feng. Everyone in the bar gasped in surprise. The bar was already crowded and noisy. Now it was a complete mess. Odin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be so skillful. Was this Chinese kung fu? Odin, you've disappointed me. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson before you're willing to give up the Golden Deer Award. After Qin Feng sent the dozen hooligans flying, he didn't even look at them. It was as if he had just swatted away a dozen flies. Odin looked at Qin Feng, who was approaching him step by step. He trembled in fear and stuttered, "Don't come over here. This is the Mafia's base. If you dare to cause trouble here, don't think of leaving alive tonight." Qin Feng understood. No wonder Odin brought him to this bar. It was the Mafia's bar. However, Qin Feng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he smiled when he heard the Mafia's name. Last time, when he was filming here, Qin Feng offended the Mafia because he rescued Han Ying. Later, he and the Chinese Association's chairman, Yu Qing, killed their base and destroyed their biggest base by themselves. Qin Feng had only been gone for half a month, and he didn't expect the Mafia to rebuild itself. However, Qin Feng didn't mind destroying them again. "Odin, what's going on here?" At this time, another group of people rushed over. These people were holding baseball bats or steel rods, and all of them had sinister expressions. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in the Mafia's bar. Odin hurriedly pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, "Hill, it's that brat causing trouble in the bar. He's already knocked out a few of our brothers. Everyone, hurry up and capture that brat. I'm going to skin him alive." Odin was a super chameleon. Earlier, when he saw Qin Feng send the yellow-haired man flying, he was already afraid. Now that new reinforcements arrived, he started to clamor again. Bang! This time, before Hill and the others could act, Qin Feng had already turned into a black shadow and disappeared. There was another muffled sound. The surrounding crowd didn't even see clearly what was going on. The dozen or so brothers that Hill brought were already lying on the ground in disorder. Odin froze in place and couldn't come back to his senses. He was really scared silly. How was this Qin Feng human? He was practically a demon. "How many more brothers do you have? Call them out. I'll take care of them all at once." After Qin Feng put everyone down, he clapped his hands and looked at Odin as if nothing had happened. Odin couldn't even speak. How could he still have the mood to call others? He finally understood that he had provoked a very powerful expert. "What? You don't have anyone to call? Then hurry up and give up the Golden Deer position. My patience is limited." Qin Feng smiled as he walked to Odin's side. In Odin's eyes, that smile was even more terrifying than the devil's. Odin had completely fallen into Qin Feng's hands today. He was already covered in cold sweat from fear. His body trembled as he was about to agree to Qin Feng's request. However, at this moment, a gunshot rang out, and the entire bar was instantly thrown into chaos. Bang! "Motherfucker! Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? I'll blow your head off with one shot." Another group of people rushed over. This group of people was even more arrogant. The man walking at the very front carried a submachine gun, scaring all the customers in the bar into an uproar. "Crazy, crazy. Someone's going to die here. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. The Mafia is fighting. Everyone, run for your lives." Screams rang out everywhere. Men and women hunched their bodies and ran outside. The man carrying the submachine gun and wearing a leather jacket didn't stop everyone. With a cigarette butt in his mouth, he stared arrogantly at Qin Feng. The originally noisy and bustling bar was emptied in minutes. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Odin finally came to his senses. He hurriedly ran to the man in the leather jacket and immediately became arrogant again. "Buang, you came at the right time. That Chinese pig dares to cause trouble in our territory. Quickly blow his head off with one shot." Odin was really driven mad by Qin Feng. Now he was yelling and shouting like a mad dog. He couldn't wait for Qin Feng to die immediately. Buong patted Odin's shoulder and said with a cold smile, "Brother Odin, don't worry. Now that this place is surrounded by my people, this Chinese pig won't be able to escape tonight. It'll be too easy for him if we shoot him. We'll keep his life and slowly torture him. We'll make him wish he was dead." Odin's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. "Yes, yes. Let's not rush to kill that brat. Since he dared to offend me, I'll make him regret it." Buong brought more than 20 men with him, and all of them had guns in their hands. With more than 20 guns, Odin completely didn't care about Qin Feng. He knew that Qin Feng was very skilled, but no matter how skilled he was, could he withstand bullets? Haha, Jing Shui, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try moving again if you have the guts. This is the Mafia's base. You don't know the difference between life and death, brat. Tonight, even Allah can't save you. Odin wanted to hide far away from Qin Feng. Now he took the initiative to run in front of Qin Feng and hooted, "You still dare to glare at me? Quickly kneel and kowtow to admit your mistake. Do you believe that I won't blow your head off with one shot?" Odin had already gotten a gun from Buang's men. He pointed it at Qin Feng's forehead and revealed a complacent and playful smile. Buong and the others didn't say anything. They all looked at Qin Feng with sloppy smiles. In their eyes, Qin Feng was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "What do you mean by this? Are you going to go back on your word again?" Qin Feng's expression didn't change even when Odin's gun was pointed at him. Odin was very unhappy. He felt that this brat Zheng Shui was really good at pretending. He could still pretend in this kind of situation. "Fuck! You still dare to mention the Golden Deer Awards to me? Do you have shit in your head? Are you deaf or something? I want you to kneel now." Odin loaded the gun, pointed it at Qin Feng and roared. Qin Feng sneered and said, "Don't shake your hand. Be careful that the gun doesn't fire. Are you going to shoot me? Then shoot. I don't think you have the guts to do that." Qin Feng could tell at a glance that Odin hadn't killed anyone because Odin didn't have any murderous intent. Odin's thoughts were seen through. He was so nervous that his body was trembling. The hand that held the gun was shaking even more violently. He almost dropped the gun. "I'll give you one last chance. Give up the Golden Deer Awards position. Otherwise, you'll be out of luck." Qin Feng came to America, this time to complete the "I'm a superstar" mission. He didn't want to cause trouble. Chapter 1107. Odin had never killed anyone before. He was extremely nervous when he held the gun. However, Qin Feng was too arrogant. Odin was thoroughly enraged. Today, he would teach Qin Feng an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Suddenly, the gunshot rang. Buong and his men's hearts skipped a beat. Odin purposely lowered the muzzle and fired at Qin Feng's thigh. However, in the next second, Odin's eyes widened. He realized that Qin Feng's thigh was completely fine. There was not even a trace of blood on it. "Fuck! Odin, you missed. You've hit the corner." Buong was the first to come to his senses. He saw the bullet buried in the corner behind Qin Feng. Odin thought he missed. After all, it was his first time shooting someone. Odin aimed at Qin Feng again and fired again. Bang! Qin Feng seemed to be standing still, but he had already moved. It was just that his speed was too fast and the range of his movement was too small. He did not attract anyone's attention. Odin did not need Buang's reminder. He cursed. "Fuck! There's something wrong with this gun. The deviation is too big. I don't believe that I can't hit a living person." Odin gritted his teeth. He realized that he could not hit Qin Feng even with his gun. This was a slap to his face. Bang! 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 Odin fired another 4 shots in a row. The pistol's bullets were all used up by Odin in one go. After firing 4 shots in a row, Odin thought that he would be able to hit at least once. The bar fell into a dead silence. Odin stared at Qin Feng, who was unscathed. Buong and his men were dumbstruck. Odin's marksmanship was too fucking embarrassing. Ahem. Odin, step aside. I'll teach you how to aim and kill. Buong felt embarrassed. He took a step forward and aimed at Chin Fun. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Buong was an expert in using guns. Odin and his underlings were full of confidence when they saw him. They were waiting for Chin Fun to be shot. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Chin Fun was still safe and sound, and Buong's gun missed its target. Now, everyone felt that something was wrong. It was understandable that Odin missed, but how could Buong miss? At such a close range, the probability of missing the target was almost zero. Damn it, what's going on? This brat is a little strange. Buong let out a strange cry. He had already discovered the problem. It wasn't that the bullet missed its target. Chin Fong must have done something to it. Brother Buong, let the brothers fire together. I don't believe we can't kill him. Odin's patience had completely run out. Earlier, he had been afraid of killing people, but now he wanted nothing more than to beat Chin Fun into a hornet's nest. As the boss of the Mafia's new base, Buong was furious that he had lost face in front of his underlings. He immediately roared, "Everyone fire!" Bang, 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 bang. As soon as the order was given, gunshots rang out in the bar. The marble bar counter and the wine bottles on the table all clanked. Then a strange scene appeared. There seemed to be an invisible air barrier in front of Chin Fong, and all the bullets that were about to hit him stopped beside him. Dozens of bullets floated in the air, as if they were special effects. Holy shit, this Huasha pig knows sorcery. Boss, what should we do? There's something wrong with this brat. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They had never seen such a strange scene in their lives. Chin Fong was now an expert at the peak of stage 9 inner chi. His powerful inner chi could completely block the ordinary firearms used by Buong and his underlings. Boom! A loud sound exploded on Chin Feng's body. The bullets were shot back, and more than 20 underlings were instantly lying in a row. Blood splattered everywhere, and the smell of blood wafted in the bar. The gunshots had stopped long ago. Everyone had run out of bullets, but no one reloaded and continued shooting. They had long been scared out of their wits by Chin Feng's strength. Chin Fong was already enraged. He jumped to the top of the dancing pole and stood on one leg. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Suddenly, a purple bow and arrow appeared in his hand. The heavenly eagle bow didn't have a string, but Chin Fong pulled it in an arc. Chin Fong released his fingers, and the heavenly eagle's fury soared into the sky. The purple eagle flew out with lightning speed. Boom! The purple eagle instantly penetrated a hooligan's chest. The power was like a rifle, and it instantly blew a big hole in the hooligan's chest. The hooligan fell into a pool of blood, and he didn't know what happened before he died. The remaining dozen people's legs trembled, and some of them knelt on the ground in fear. Odin and Buong broke out in a cold sweat, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They were shocked, and they already regretted offending the devil Chin Fong. The Mafia was the largest gang in America. It was full of evil and cruel. However, in front of Chin Fong, Buong, and the other devils, whose hands were stained with blood, were like kindergartners. Chin Fong was even more cruel and cold-blooded than them. This was the real devil from hell, Screech. Another heavenly eagle's fury was heard, and the purple eagle flew out, exploding the bodies of 2 people. Bang! Bang! Chin Fong stood on the pole and looked down at Buong and his underlings. In just a few breaths' time, more than 20 armed hooligans were all lying in a pool of blood. Buong and Odin were the only ones who could still breathe. However, the 2 of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground. It was as if all the energy in their bodies had been sucked out. Odin's intestines were green with regret. He felt like he was surrounded by death. Odin wanted nothing more than to kowtow to Chin Fun and hand over the golden deer Oscar to Chin Fun. However, Odin was also full of doubts. Why would a godly person like Chin Fun want the golden deer Oscar? Buong was thinking about something else. Not long ago, the largest mafia base in America was destroyed by a Chinese youngster. The inside of the base was like hell, and none of the mafia members in the base survived. Buong originally thought this was a rumor, but after seeing Qin Feng, he suddenly came to his senses. Big brother, may I ask if you're the god who destroyed the mafia base in the underground garage half a month ago? After Buong asked this question, all the nerves in his body tensed up. Qin Feng put away the heavenly eagle bow, landed on the ground, and looked down at Buong, who was kneeling in front of him. Not long ago, I destroyed a mafia base here. I think the big brother over there is called Black Bear. Boom! Buong felt as if a muffled thunder had struck his heart. Black Bear was the big brother of the Watson Mafia. It seemed like the rumor was true. Big brother, please spare my life. I didn't know you're that god. I deserve to die. I'm willing to follow you from now on. I only beg you to spare my life. After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Buong couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't have the demeanor of a mafia boss anymore. He kowtowed to Qin Feng like a stray dog. Qin Feng glanced at Buong indifferently. Then his gaze shifted to Odin. Odin was so scared that he started to kowtow immediately. Big brother, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm willing to give up the Golden Deer Award to you. Buong didn't understand what Odin was saying at all. Buong wanted to jump up and stomp on Odin. Why did you mention the Golden Deer Award at this time? What the hell is that? Oh, you're willing to give up your position? You're not playing with me again, are you? Qin Feng smiled at Odin. Odin quickly said, Big brother, I'll call the higher-ups of the Oscar Film Festival right now. I promise to change the position to you in 5 minutes. Qin Feng sneered. Didn't you say that changing the position is very troublesome? I need to meet the higher-ups personally and submit information for review? Odin was just lying to Qin Feng. He mainly wanted to trick Qin Feng into coming to this bar to teach him a lesson. Big brother, please calm down. I was just joking. I promise I can settle it with one phone call. If you don't believe me, you can ask your friends in the entertainment industry here. They should be able to get some information. Qin Feng and Odin kept talking about the Golden Deer Award. Buong was dizzy. He couldn't understand why a god like Qin Feng would be interested in this kind of thing. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Odin and Buong were still kowtowing. Their foreheads were bleeding and blood was flowing all over the floor. But they didn't dare to stop until Qin Feng told them to. Go make the call. If it's not done in 5 minutes, you don't have to do this anymore. I'll kill you, and the position will naturally be changed. Qin Feng's voice seemed to come from hell. Odin was so scared that he immediately took out his phone and made a call. Buong saw that Odin didn't have to kowtow and was envious, but he still kowtowed to Qin Feng. He felt like he was going to faint. You're Buong. Qin Feng suddenly asked Buong. Buong let out a sigh of relief. He stopped kowtowing and said, Big brother, this little brother is Buong. I hope Big brother can forgive me for offending you. Buong was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He wanted to kill that idiot Odin. It was this idiot who brought Qin Feng here. This was the Chinese badass who was rumored to be a god in America. Buong couldn't afford to offend him. I'll let you live for now. When it's time for the Oscar Film Festival, you can be my bodyguard. If I'm not satisfied with your performance, I can kill you at any time. Qin Feng was in America, and he was unfamiliar with this place. There would always be ignorant trash looking for trouble. Qin Feng kept Buong by his side. This way he could avoid annoying flies flying over. Thank you for not being stupid. Don't worry, Big brother. I'll definitely protect Big brother. Buong knew that he wouldn't die for the time being, and he was finally relieved. At this time, Odin finished the call and hurriedly ran back. Big brother, I've already talked to the higher-ups of the Oscar Film Festival. This year's Golden Deer Award has been decided internally. Big brother, you can find someone to confirm it. Qin Feng immediately took out his phone and called Tom. He explained the situation here and asked Director Tom to check the information. Tom was a little depressed after he answered the phone. He knew Odin's background. This time, Odin had been decided internally as the winner of the Golden Deer Award. Even if he checked 100 times, this fact wouldn't change. Tom didn't understand what Qin Feng meant by this call. Could it be that Qin Feng was hinting at him to fight for the award? But Tom really didn't have the ability to defeat Odin. He could only call the higher-ups of the Oscar Film Festival and ask them about it. Tom was stunned when the call was connected. After asking around, he found out that the winner of the Golden Deer Award had been changed. The winner was Zheng Shuai, a Chinese male star. Tom was filled with doubts. He immediately called Qin Feng. "How is it?" Qin Feng asked indifferently. "And Mr. Zheng, I just confirmed that you've been decided internally as the winner of the Golden Deer Award. Did you settle this yourself?" Tom's voice was trembling in shock. After confirming this from Tom, Qin Feng felt at ease. "I got it." Chapter 1108. Big Brother Zheng, is it done? Odin asked cautiously after Qin Feng hung up the phone. Qin Feng glanced at Odin and said, "You're smart. Your life is safe now." Odin sat down on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. Buang came up to Qin Feng again and said, "Big Brother Zheng, are you going back? I'll drive you back." Since Qin Feng had finished his business here, he naturally had to return to the hotel. Buang brought Qin Feng out of the hotel. Many of Buang's underlings were shocked when they saw the scene. That was the Mafia's big brother, Buang. Why was he so respectful to a Chinese kid? After Qin Feng left, Odin remained in the bar. Recalling everything that had just happened, Odin's body still trembled. Odin was thoroughly humiliated tonight. He was afraid of Qin Feng, but he couldn't take this lying down. He had been in America for a long time, but he had never been as sullen as he was tonight. Odin took out his phone angrily. He wanted to call his elder cousin, Duo Mutter. Duo Mutter was a high-ranking military officer in the United States. He was currently a senior colonel. It was precisely because Odin had a powerful military cousin that he was able to thrive in the American entertainment industry. The Mafia's boss, Buang, addressed Odin as his brother because of Duo Mutt. Duo Mutt had secretly provided the Mafia with a lot of military ammunition. "Cousin Odin, what can I do for you?" The call was connected. Odin whined, "Big cousin Duo Mutt, I was bullied by a Chinese pig just now. Big cousin, you must avenge me." "Chinese pig? How dare this bunch of trash behave atrociously in America?" Duo Mutt was puzzled. The Chinese people he usually met were as obedient as sheep in America. Odin was depressed. He didn't think that Qin Feng, who was Chinese, would dare to be so arrogant in America. "Big cousin brother, this brat has some skills, so he's very arrogant. Not long ago, he came to the Mafia's bar and suppressed Buang." Odin's words shocked Duo Mutt. A Chinese kid could go to the Mafia's bar and threaten Buang? How powerful is this guy? Who is that Chinese pig? Didn't Buang use a gun? "Big cousin, that kid's identity is actually very simple. He's just an ordinary celebrity in Huaxia. The main thing is that his skills are amazing. Buang called more than 20 people to shoot him, but they didn't kill him." The more Dormut listened, the more incredulous he felt. He felt that Qin Feng was like a transformer who couldn't be killed by bullets. "Odin, aren't you exaggerating a little? How can a person of flesh and blood block bullets? Don't tell me you sucked in flour again." Dom Mute did not believe Odin's words. In fact, no one would believe Odin's words if they had not seen it with their own eyes. This was the era of technology. No one could defend against firearms. Of course, the United States had secretly developed some high-tech soldiers, but an ordinary Chinese celebrity was obviously not compatible with them. Odin's face was gloomy. He did not know how to convince his big cousin. "Big cousin, believe it or not, you have to help me. That Chinese pig dared to behave atrociously in our territory. If we don't teach him a lesson, all the Chinese will dare to act like lords in the United States." Odin exaggerated the matter, but Dom Mute did not care about Qin Feng at all. He said indifferently, All right, I'm busy now. I'll look for you tomorrow afternoon. Bring me to see that Chinese pig. I'll charge him with international secret leaking and let him stay in the United States for the rest of his life. Odin was excited. He believed that with his big cousin's position in the military, it would be a piece of cake for him to capture Qin Feng. All right, I'll wait for you at the Star Hotel tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Odin's grievance disappeared. He knew Qin Feng was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he withstand the attack of the entire United States Army? If he really angered his big cousin, Damute, he would bring 2 tanks and blast Qin Feng to death. He didn't believe that this kid could withstand a cannon shell. Buang drove the Cadillac and brought Qin Feng safely to the Star Hotel. Big brother Zheng, is there anything else? Buang acted like a little brother in front of Qin Feng. After witnessing Qin Feng's strength, Buang was completely afraid of Qin Feng. That's all. The Ken Film Festival will be held the day after tomorrow. Come and pick me up. I have 4 beauties with me. Arrange for them to protect us during the festival. Qin Feng gave the order, and Buang kept it in mind. He didn't dare to neglect Qin Feng's instructions. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng, Buang drove away. Qin Feng returned to the presidential suite of the hotel. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Kuku and the other 3 ladies surrounded him. Master, where have you been? Are you all right? Xiao Li asked with concern. Big brother Zheng Shuai, did you bully that Hollywood superstar Odin? Why didn't you bring Bei Bei with you? The 4 ladies had been worried about Qin Feng ever since they discovered he was missing after dinner. Qin Feng smiled and patted their heads. I'm fine. I was bored after dinner, so I went out for a stroll. It's getting late. You guys should go to bed. The 4 ladies felt relieved when they saw Qin Feng was safe and sound. Zhang Kuku and Rao Sherman went to the same room while Shaoli stayed with Cher. Qin Feng returned to his master bedroom. He lay on the bed and entered the system with his consciousness. Master. Little Pig leaped onto Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng patted Little Pig's head and browsed through the inventory interface. Not long ago, when Qin Feng became a rank 7 hedonist mortal, the system gave him a hero lottery ticket. Qin Feng had yet to draw a hero lottery ticket. Qin Feng entered the interface of the Palace of Heroes and saw a vast sea of stars. Every twinkling star represented a peerless expert. With a thought, the hero lottery ticket disappeared. The calm and tranquil Milky Way suddenly trembled, and the weather changed drastically. Rumble! A muffled sound came from the void, as if a bolt of dry thunder had fallen. A resplendent starry sky shot towards Qin Feng. Its speed was several times faster than the starry sky flying sword. It seemed as if it had already arrived in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Bang! The starry sky exploded, and a dark figure landed in front of Qin Feng. His body emitted a majestic true qi that sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. Golden-haired Lion King Xia Sun greets Master. The tall and mighty figure knelt on one knee in front of Qin Feng. The saber in his hand stood upright on the ground. Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at the golden-haired Lion King. The golden-haired Lion King had a head full of golden hair. His eyes were devoid of pupils, and they were filled with terrifying white pupils. He wore a dazzling golden armor, and the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand was majestic and domineering. The Dragon Slayer saber in his hand was engraved with a coiling dragon that looked like it was about to soar into the sky at any time. Qin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the hero lottery ticket to be the golden-haired Lion King. The golden-haired Lion King was a wild and invincible existence. Even Ouyang Feng, the Western poison, was less powerful than him. Stand up, golden-haired Lion King. Qin Feng supported Xia Sun with his hands. Xia Sun raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. However, his eyes were blind and he couldn't see Qin Feng's appearance. Master, in the future, Xia Sun will protect your safety. I won't let anyone harm a single hair on Master's head the golden-haired Lion King, was famous for his lion's roar. When he spoke, his voice was loud and clear like a bell. His arrogance made Qin Feng somewhat envious. Golden-haired Lion King, what's your strength? Qin Feng was curious. Master, this little brother is untalented. I just stepped into the 4th level of True Qi stage. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was once again sure that the Hedonist sovereign system was a pretentious system. The heroes that came out of it were all pretentious. The most powerful opponent Qin Feng had met so far was only at the 1st level of True Qi. Moreover, the difference in strength between those at the 1st level of True Qi was very large. That divine dragon and Ling Tianhai were both at the 1st level of True Qi, but Qin Feng felt that divine dragon was much more powerful than Ling Tianhai. The golden-haired Lion King was actually an expert at the 4th level of True Qi. Qin Feng didn't dare to imagine how powerful the golden-haired Lion King would be if he went all out. Very good. Golden-haired Lion King, is this Dragon Slayer saber the real deal? What grade of spiritual weapon is this? Qin Feng's gaze fell on the Dragon Slayer saber. This saber was as famous as the Heavenly Sword. The Heavenly Sword and the Dragon Slayer were 2 peerless treasures. Rumble. The golden-haired Lion King casually swung the Dragon Slayer saber in his hand. A gust of wind rose from all directions. The Dragon Slayer saber seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Master, this Dragon Slayer saber and I are both replicas of the system. However, my strength has reached 100% of the real me. This Dragon Slayer saber is a bit lacking, but it is still a low-grade, gold-grade spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon grades of the Hedonist sovereign system, from top to bottom: sovereign gold, rare pink, purple, blue, orange, white. Qin Feng already had 2 powder-grade spiritual weapons, but he didn't even have a sovereign gold-grade spiritual weapon. Looking at the gold-grade Dragon Slayer saber in the golden-haired Lion King's hand, Qin Feng was extremely envious. The golden-haired Lion King could read Qin Feng's mind and said with a smile, Master, this Dragon Slayer saber is an item specially given to me by the system. It has already sealed my True Qi, so other people can't use it. Even if I wanted to gift it to Master, I couldn't. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. This Dragon Slayer saber was the golden-haired Lion King's lifeblood. How could he have designs on this thing? Haha, I didn't say I wanted you to give it to me. I was just curious. That's right, you're blind. Will it affect you in battle? Is there a way to cure your eyes? Qin Feng had seen the Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slayer. He was very fond of the golden-haired Lion King, and he was very regretful that the golden-haired Lion King had lost his sight. If the system had a way to cure the golden-haired Lion King's eyes, Qin Feng was willing to spend hedonist points to help him. I appreciate Master's kindness, but my character is blind, so I can't regain my sight. Don't worry, Master. I've been blind for a long time, so I'm used to being blind. My other senses have become stronger, so they won't affect me in battle at all. After hearing the golden-haired Lion King's words, Qin Feng calmed down. Qin Feng was very satisfied that he got the golden-haired Lion King from the Hero Lottery. After chatting with the golden-haired Lion King for a while, Qin Feng returned to reality. Who's there? As soon as Qin Feng's consciousness returned to his room, he became vigilant. A black shadow flashed and disappeared into Qin Feng's room. Big brother Qin Feng, lower your voice. Didn't we promise to have sex at night? Don't make a fuss. After Zhang Ku drank the ancient almighty beast gene potion, not only did she possess extraordinary strength, but she was also incredibly fast. Before Qin Feng could regain his senses, he saw Zhang Ku lying beside him in sexy black silk pajamas. Oh, it's Cuckoo. You really dared to come here in the middle of the night? If Sherman wakes up and finds you gone, she might come looking for you. Qin Feng was speechless at Zhang Ku. This girl was getting more and more daring. Zhang Ku didn't care. She hugged Qin Feng's neck and leaned into his embrace. If she finds out, so be it. At most, I'll bring her along with me. Good things like this should be shared with a sister. Chapter 1109. Qin Feng discovered that Zhang Cuckoo was about to become a demon. Ever since she drank the ancient almighty beast gene fluid, she had transformed into a wild beast, especially when it came to sex. She was inexhaustible. Qin Feng was a little tired after a night of sex, but Zhang Cuckoo was still dancing happily. Eventually, Qin Feng persuaded Zhang Cuckoo to stop shyly. The two of them woke up a bit late. When they came out, the other 3 women were already sitting in the living room. The waiter had already delivered breakfast. Rao Sherman and the other 2 women were waiting for Qin Feng and Zhang Kiki. Master, you're awake. Cuckoo, where did you go last night? Why did you come out from Qin Feng's room so early in the morning? Rao Sherman looked at Qin Feng, who was dressed in a suit, and Zhang Cuckoo, who was dressed in a black silk pajamas. She felt like she was dreaming. Xiao, Li, and Shui Er immediately understood the relationship between them, but they pretended to be ignorant. Hee. Sherman, your snoring was so noisy last night that I had no choice but to sleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, Big Brother Qin Feng pitied me and asked me to sleep in his room. Don't overthink it. I didn't do anything with Big Brother Qin Feng. Zhang Cuckoo casually made up a lie. Even elementary school students would not be fooled by it. Qin Feng was so angry that his mouth became crooked. Cuckoo, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I snore in my sleep? Why you? Rao Sherman was a smart girl. She suddenly understood the relationship between Qin Feng and Zhang Cuckoo. She didn't expect Zhang Cuckoo to sleep with Qin Feng secretly. However, Rao Sherman didn't mind too much. With everyone's current relationship with Qin Feng, as long as they continued to develop, it would only be a matter of time before they slept together. After learning the truth, Rao Sherman pretended to know nothing and kept her mouth shut. Since everyone is awake, let's have breakfast. Rao Sherman took the initiative to invite everyone to the dining room, and they pretended nothing had happened. Zhang Cuckoo was a little nervous and worried. She planned to go back to her room to change her clothes, but after seeing the attitude of Rao Sherman, Shui Er, Zhang Cuckoo didn't want to change her clothes, so she went to breakfast in her black silk pajamas. The Oscar Film Festival was going to be held tomorrow, so the 4 beauties went shopping in the afternoon. Qin Feng had too much fun with Zhang Kiki last night, so he really didn't want to walk, so he stayed in the room to watch TV. After staying in America for a few days, Qin Feng didn't know when he would be back. He thought of Dracula, whom he hadn't seen for half a month, and decided to call him. Oh my God, is that Brother Qin Feng? Count's excited voice came from the phone, shaking Qin Feng so much that he pulled the phone far away. Vampire, can you keep your voice down? Are you buying vegetables at the market? Qin Feng and Count were brothers who had gone through fire and water together, so he spoke without any scruples. Dracula's eyes widened in anger. Bastard! How dare you call me a vampire? Where are you now? I'll bite you to death right now. Tsk. Let's just say that you're a vampire. You always bite people and drink their blood. But my blood isn't that tasty. I'm in the presidential suite of the Washington Star Hotel. Room 8888. Hurry up and come over to die. Dracula was so excited that he paused for a few seconds. He didn't expect Qin Feng to come to America. Haha, good boy, just you wait. I'll drive a helicopter and land on the roof of your hotel in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Feng picked up a glass of red wine and shook his head with a smile. You're driving a helicopter? Just don't walk over. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng suddenly heard a roar coming from afar. He sat up and looked out of the French window. Instantly, he jumped up in shock. Fuck! Dracula really drove a tractor. No, a helicopter here. Bang! A muffled sound spread out. A tall black shadow directly smashed through the French window and flew into Qin Feng's room. Qin Feng was depressed. This Dracula was still as reckless and wild as before. Haha, stinking brat, I'm here to suck your blood. Don't tell me you've pissed your pants. Dracula stood beside the French window. He was dressed in a handsome military uniform. His name badge was filled with stars, and the badge on his chest was decorated with various military ranks. After not seeing Qin Feng for half a month, Dracula had become more mature and tall. This man had gone through a life-and-death situation with Qin Feng. Moreover, all the vampires that Dracula brought to the William family's research base were killed. That mission had allowed Dracula to mature and become more perfect. TSK, TSK, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you haven't changed at all. How disappointing. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Dracula's lips curled into a smirk. Suddenly, his tall body transformed into a cannonball and shot toward Qin Feng. Try me and you'll know. Rumble. As a member of the Blood Clan, Dracula's most outstanding attributes were his speed and strength. Half a month ago, Qin Feng was still at the early stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi. That was the first time he met Dracula in this hotel, and he was sent flying by Dracula with a single punch. This time, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was no longer the same person he was at that time. Bang! Qin Feng didn't back down and punched. A thunderous roar and a tiger's roar reverberated in the air, and a violent aura exploded from the punch. Dracula's expression changed drastically. He realized that Qin Feng's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. When their fists collided, Qin Feng retreated 3 steps while Dracula was sent flying. Haha, bro Qin Feng, you're really powerful. As expected of a member of China's dragon sect, Dracula smashed another floor-to-ceiling window, but he jumped back into the room as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He realized that Dracula's strength had also improved. With Qin Feng's cultivation base at the peak of Stage 9 Inner Qi, not many people could send him retreating 3 steps with a single punch. Bro Dracula, you're pretty good too. Come, sit down and have a drink. After sparring with Dracula, Qin Feng and Dracula hugged each other and patted each other's back. Then they sat down and chatted. Bro Qin Feng, you left in such a hurry that day. I've applied for a merit for you. You're now a Major General Qin Feng of the U.S. military. Even though you don't have the authority to deploy troops, you can enjoy all the other privileges a Major General has. Qin Feng had made a great contribution to the U.S. when he joined forces with the vampires to destroy the William family's plan. Qin Feng didn't expect that he would become a Major General of the U.S. military. Thank you, Bro Dracula, for applying for a merit for me. It seems like Bro Dracula has also been promoted, Qin Feng said with a smile. Dracula said proudly, I've indeed been promoted. I'm now a 5-star general, but I'm still far behind you. You're the youngest Major General in the U.S., and you're a fucking Chinese. Dracula felt gloomy every time he thought about this. However, he was really proud of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also shocked. A 22-year-old Major General? What kind of concept was that? Not only the U.S., but even China and other countries didn't have such a young Major General. Qin Feng and Dracula chatted happily. At the same time, a man in a military uniform swaggered into the Superstar Hotel. The hotel manager immediately went up to him and fawned over him as if he had seen his own father. Io, Senior Colonel Dometh is here. Your presence brings light to our humble Superstar Hotel. Dometh came to the Superstar Hotel in the afternoon according to his promise with Odin. He didn't really care about his cousin Odin. The reason he came here was that Odin would find a few popular American celebrities to sleep with him after he helped Odin with his business. In other words, Dometh came to the Superstar Hotel to sleep with him. Is Odin staying in this hotel? Which room is he staying in? Dometh didn't care about the hotel manager at all. He didn't even look at the manager when he spoke. The manager didn't dare to get angry. Just when he was about to bring Dometh to Odin's room, Odin ran over. Haha. Cousin Dometh, you're finally here. I was just about to go out and wait for you. You're already here. Since Odin was here, the manager didn't need to entertain Dometh because his rank wasn't high enough. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Bring me to that Chinese pig's room. After I'm done with your business, you'll have to follow the old rules. Dometh and Odin were well aware of the situation. Odin quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, Cousin Dometh. The girls are ready. This time, it's a pair of beautiful twin sisters. They're young models who just joined the entertainment industry." Dometh was excited. He quickly asked Odin to lead the way. Odin had already found out that Qin Feng was staying in Suite 8888, so he led Dometh upstairs. When they arrived at the door, Odin hesitated and asked, "Cousin Dometh, did you come alone?" Dometh glared at Odin impatiently. "What's wrong? How many people do we need to deal with a Chinese pig? Do you think I can't handle it?" Odin quickly smiled and said, "Cousin Dometh, please don't misunderstand. With your status as a colonel, a Chinese pig is nothing. It's just that this pig is very skilled. I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage if we go in. Why don't we call more people and bring a few machine guns? If that brat dares to resist, we'll just shoot him to death. Then we'll just charge him with a crime and solve the problem." Odin had already thought of a way to deal with Qin Feng. Last night at the Mafia's bar, Buang and his men were all armed with pistols. Odin thought that if he could get a few machine guns, he would definitely be able to kill Qin Feng. Dometh had never seen Qin Feng's skills before. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could dodge bullets. That was simply a fantasy. Dometh patted the pistol on his waist and shouted impatiently, "Look at your guts! Isn't it just a Chinese pig? I brought a gun with me. If he doesn't listen to me, I'll shoot him to death." Odin still wanted to persuade Dometh, but Dometh had already pressed the doorbell. Odin had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. However, Odin wasn't worried. After all, Dometh was a senior colonel. No matter how skilled Qin Feng was, he had to be cautious. This was America, after all. How could Qin Feng behave atrociously? "There's someone else here?" Qin Feng and Count were chatting happily when the doorbell rang. Count looked at Qin Feng in confusion. "It's probably my girlfriend's. I'll go and have a look." Qin Feng stood up and opened the door. He thought it was Rao Sherman and the others who had returned from shopping. However, when he opened the door, he saw Odin and an unfamiliar man standing at the door. "It's you, brat. Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feng looked at Odin indifferently. Yesterday, Odin kowtowed in front of Qin Feng until his forehead bled. He was trembling in fear. Now that Dometh was backing him up, this brat immediately became arrogant. "Zheng, you're done for today. I'll call my cousin over to teach you a lesson. Do you know who my cousin is? He's a senior colonel of the U.S. military. If you dare to mess with him, he can call a helicopter to blow up the rooms on this floor." Odin boasted to the heavens. He just wanted to scare Qin Feng. Chapter 11:10. Cousin Odin, is this the Huaxia pig you were talking about? Duo Mute looked at Qin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Qin Feng now had the appearance of Zheng Shuai. He was ugly, and he didn't have any special temperament. He looked like an ordinary Huaxia man. "Big cousin, it's this grandson. You have to uphold justice for me." Odin had a lot of mothers backing him up, so he was very arrogant right now. Duo Mute rolled his eyes at Odin and said, "I don't know what you've been doing all these years. You're getting worse and worse. You can't even deal with this Huaxia pig? You're a disgrace to our family." After complaining about Odin for a while, Duo Mute looked at Qin Feng coldly. "Brat, how dare you behave atrociously in the United States? Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. If you do, I can spare your worthless life and throw you in jail for the rest of your life." Duo Mute was arrogant and despotic the moment he entered the room. He didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. He didn't expect Odin to be so stubborn. This guy must be suffering from the disease of needing to be abused. I have a good friend here. I'm in a good mood today. I'll give you a chance to live. Get out of here now. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. A powerful aura emanated from his body, pressuring Odin and Duomute to the point of suffocation. Odin trembled in fear again. He hid behind Duomute and looked at Qin Feng vigilantly. He was afraid that this person would suddenly attack him. That person's skills were too terrifying. Duomute quickly regained his senses and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. He couldn't figure out where this Huaxia pig got the courage to yell at him. Fuck! You stupid pig! Do you know who I am? I'm a senior colonel of the U.S. military. Kneel before me now. Otherwise, I'll arrest you as a military criminal. I can even kill you on the spot. Duomute pulled out the pistol at his waist. With the pistol in his hand, Duomute instantly calmed down. Qin Feng sneered. Not long ago, Count told Qin Feng that he was given the rank of Major General by the U.S. military. A Major General was a rank higher than a senior colonel. How dare Duomute act so fiercely in front of him? Oh, is a senior colonel very powerful? How dare a senior colonel like you threaten me? Are you out of your mind? Qin Feng reprimanded Duomute mercilessly as if he was reprimanding a lackey. Duomute and Duomute were stunned. This was especially so for Duomute. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Did this Huaxia pig understand the power and position of the military? Duomute even suspected that he had heard wrong. Dan Feng and Qin Feng. Cousin Duomu. This kid is a small celebrity in China. He doesn't know anything about the military. Let's cut the crap. Cousin Duomu, why don't you make a call and send an army over? Otherwise, you can just send a few helicopters over and let the elites of the anti-terrorist force capture this kid. Qin Dong's dong muted. About Chen's Tian's Ao Oddness Feng Odin. Duomute glared at Qin Feng coldly. He didn't say anything. As for the helicopter, he didn't have the authority to do so. However, if he let Odin boast, no one would know. Feng, Chen, about. Tay, Count, who was in the inner hall, heard the commotion outside. He waited for a while, but Qin Feng did not return, so he took the initiative to come out. Count knew Qin Feng's current identity, so he purposely did not expose Qin Feng's real identity. He called Qin Feng by his name. Brother Dracula, there's nothing going on here, don't worry, Qin Feng said indifferently. Odin and Duomute looked at Dracula. Odin did not know Dracula's identity, but the moment Duomute saw Dracula, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Isn't this the blood-breed prince, General Count? Why is he here? Are they your friends? Count walked to Qin Feng and asked. No, they're just two annoying flies. I was just about to chase them away, Qin Feng said. Count understood the situation. He immediately yelled at Odin and Duomute. Fuck! I don't care who you are. Get out of my sight. Count was a 5-star general in the military. His position was high and mighty. It was rare for him to drink and chat with Qin Feng, so he did not want to be disturbed. Since Count appeared, Duomute was so scared that he could not come back to his senses. His mouth opened and closed for a long time, but he could not say a word. Odin, on the other hand, was annoyed. He yelled at Count, Hey, who the fuck are you? How dare you yell at us? Do you know who this person beside me is? He's the senior colonel of the military, Duomute. Be careful not to get arrested. Count froze for a moment and looked at Duomute. He did not know Duomute, but he had heard of his name. A senior colonel dared to behave atrociously here. Count was amused. Haha, impressive, really impressive. Your cousin wants to arrest me? Hurry up and let him do it. Brother Zheng Shuai, and I can't wait to be arrested and sent to jail. Dracula stared at Odin with a mischievous smile on his face. Odin didn't know what was going on, and he said with his head held high, That's what you said. Just you wait, my cousin is going to call a helicopter right now and scare you bumpkins to death. Big cousin, say something? Why don't you send a few tanks instead? Odin started shaking Duo Mute's arm after he finished speaking. He found that his cousin seemed to be under a spell. He stood there motionless, as if he had lost his mind. Duo Mute was not a fool, but he really wanted to kill Odin. Slap! A muffled sound rang out as Demute's slap landed on Odin's face, causing him to see stars. Big cousin, why did you hit me? Are you crazy? Odin covered his swollen face and looked at Duo Mute in disbelief. He could not understand what had just happened. Duo Mute wished he could find a needle and thread to sew Odin's mouth shut. He already regretted helping Odin deal with Zheng Shuai. How is this an ordinary Chinese celebrity? This guy was good friends with the 5-star general, Count. You bastard, shut up. I'm going to die of anger. Duo Mute stretched out his hand and slapped Odin twice, causing him to fall to the ground. Odin finally came back to his senses. He had already realized that something was wrong. He sat on the ground and covered his swollen face. He was so scared that he did not dare to say a word. After slapping Odin, Duo Mute immediately put on a fawning smile and said to Count as if he had changed into a different person, Hee. General Count, I didn't expect you to be chatting with your friend here. I'm really sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now. I hope General Count won't blame me. Duo Mute was so scared that his legs were trembling. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. He gave Odin a look and Duo Mute took the lead to run out. Colonel Duo Mute, you want to leave just like that? Who allowed you to leave? Count's cold voice rang out just as Duo Mute reached the door. No matter how unwilling he was, Duo Mute had to stop. He turned around and said with a smile, What other orders does General Count have? I'll do it right away. Colonel Duo Mute, are you really going to do it? Very well then, why don't you shoot yourself? Dracula sneered. Duo Mute was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How would he dare to commit suicide? He quickly put on a smile and said, Hee, General Count, you really know how to joke. I better not disturb your conversation. I'll take my leave first. Duo Mute wanted to escape again. This time, he could not care less about Odin. However, Chinfin smiled and said, Brother Count, I suddenly thought of something. This Colonel Duo Mute might be secretly trading with the Mafia. He might be the one who secretly transported the Mafia's firearms. Qin Fun had just wiped out the Mafia's bar base last night. The Mafia's big brother, Buang, was on good terms with Odin. However, from Qin Fun's observation, Odin was just a weakling with no abilities. It was highly likely that Odin had relied on his relationship with cousin Duo Mute to get in touch with the Mafia. Count's face turned cold, and his body shot out like a flickering black shadow. In the next moment, he had returned to the room with Dom Mute in tow. Duo Mute was so scared that he wet his pants. He didn't think that Qin Feng would expose his secret dealings with the Mafia. If this matter was investigated further, Duo Mute would die 100 times over, not even enough to atone for his crimes. Odin had been leaning against the wall by the door. The situation had changed so quickly that it was beyond Odin's ability to accept. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his biggest backer, cousin Duo Mute, would fall into Zheng Shuai's hands. Brother Zheng Shuai, you have given us a good lead. I will personally investigate this matter when I get back. If what you said is true, and you have made a great contribution to the U.S. military, you might be promoted to the rank of Major General. Count carried Duo Mute as if he was carrying a little chick. His words scared Duo Mute so much that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Duo Mute and Odin stared at Qin Fun as if they had seen a ghost. This Chinese pig is a major general of the U.S. military? What kind of joke is this? Count shouted a few words into the phone, and after a while, the helicopter parked on the roof of the hotel flew down. When Odin and Duo Mute saw the helicopter hovering outside the window, they felt as if they were dreaming. Earlier, Odin had been boasting that his cousin could summon a helicopter. Now that the helicopter had arrived, both of them were scared to death. What's your order, General Count? the pilot in the helicopter shouted into his headset. Count casually tossed Duo Mute into the helicopter like an object. Send this guy to the military prison. I will investigate him when I get back. Oh, right. Also, bring this guy back as well. Count's figure flashed and returned to the window. Odin was also tossed into the helicopter. Yes, sir. The pilot had already left in the helicopter. Count and Qin sat on the sofa, drinking and chatting as if nothing had happened. They chatted until the afternoon. Rao Sherman and the other 3 girls returned to their room in high spirits. When they saw Count and the broken window, their jaws dropped in shock. Qin, who is this? When Count saw the 4 beauties, he couldn't stay calm. He could tell with one glance that these women had a close relationship with Qin. Haha, this is a good friend of mine in America, Admiral Dracula. Qin chuckled and took the initiative to introduce them. Brother Dracula, these 4 are my little girlfriends. Although Count had guessed that Qin had a close relationship with Rao Sherman and the other 3 girls, he was still shocked when he heard it from Qin's mouth. Qin was not only good at fighting, but he was also good at picking up girls. Count was ready to ask Qin in private. Qin invited Count to stay for dinner. During dinner, he introduced Count to the 4 girls about his secret identity as a member of the American vampire family. Rao Sherman and the other 3 girls were shocked. Then they were filled with curiosity about Dracula. In the past, they had only seen vampires and werewolves in American dramas and movies. They didn't expect that this group of people really existed in real life. Chapter 11:11. The U.S. Oscar Film Festival had officially begun. Ribbons and flower baskets were placed all around the venue, and a 100-meter-long red carpet was laid out on the ground. Superstars from the U.S., China, and other countries were all looking forward to walking on the red carpet. Qin arrived with Rao Sherman and the other 3 women. The 4 beauties were all dressed up. They surrounded Qin and instantly became the center of attention. Oh my God, where did those 4 beauties come from? They look like 4 angels. They must be superstars from China. Chinese women are so beautiful, and their skills in bed are top-notch. I even played with 2 young Chinese models a few days ago. I still can't stop thinking about it. The crowd had already started discussing, and many men's gazes fell on Rao Sherman and the other 3 women. However, the 4 of them didn't pay attention to the crowd. Their gazes stayed on Qin from beginning to end, and they obediently followed Qin like 4 little wives. Who's that guy? Why is he so ugly? He looks like a superstar from China. How can he be a superstar when he's so ugly? China's film and television industry is really backward. Humph. I'm going to woo those 4 women. How can a flower be planted on a pile of cow dung? After a heated discussion, a few men couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They looked like they wanted to flirt with Rao Sherman and the other 3 women. Qin attended the event as Zheng Shuai. Since he had won the Golden Deer Oscar, the mission of I'm a Superstar would be completed. The 4 women followed Qin to the open-air exchange area. The area was crowded with superstars from various countries on Earth. Wow, that's Jason Stunjean. He's so handsome. His muscles are so big. Zhang Kuku couldn't help but clap her hands excitedly. Cher was also a fan of superstars, especially Hollywood superstars. She saw a tall, sexy, blonde beauty and screamed, "Is that Angelina Jolie? I can't believe that one day I'll be able to look at her from a distance of 2 meters." Rao Sherman and Xiao Li kept a low profile, especially Xiao Li. She lived a hard life and did not chase superstars. Now that she was a ghost cultivator, she had lost interest in superstars. I can't take it anymore. I saw Nicholas Kidja. I really want to take a photo with him. Zhang Kuku looked at Kajia after she saw Jason. Qin wanted to kick this silly girl away. "Little beauty, I'm Kaiga, nice to meet you." Zhang Kuku was smitten with Nicholas Kaiga when he walked up to her and extended his hand to shake her hand. Although Zhang Cuckoo was insensitive, she still remembered that she was Qin Feng's woman. She giggled at Kai Jia and said, "Haha, superstar Kajia. I've seen all the movies you've acted in. It's nice to meet you, but I can't shake hands with you because my heart already belongs to someone." Qin Feng and the others were amused by Zhang Cuckoo's silly behavior. Kai Jia furrowed his brows and looked at Qin Feng with disdain. "Hee, little beauty, do you have someone in your heart? It can't be that ugly freak, right?" Kai Jia didn't give Qin Feng any face. Xiao Li's face turned cold. Zhang Cuckoo was not as excited as before. She pouted and said, "Big brother Zheng Shuai has his own unique charm. How can you say that he's ugly?" Kai Jia had been secretly sneaking glances at Zhang Cuckoo and the other 3 girls. He already had designs on the 4 Chinese beauties. When he found out that his competitor was Zheng Shuai, he felt a wave of disdain in his heart. How could Zheng Shuai's terrifying appearance compare to his handsome appearance? "Hee, little beauty, why do you like that kind of man? You seem to be a fan of mine, right? Why don't we take a photo together? Oh, I'm short of a female lead in a movie. Are you interested?" Men in the entertainment industry always had the same trick when picking up girls. They would either charm the girl with their handsomeness or use the bait of a movie to seduce the girl. "Take a photo?" "No, I can't. I can't take a photo with a man other than Zheng Shuai." Zhang Cuckoo looked at Kai Jia regretfully. Kai Jia was depressed. He couldn't understand why Zhang Cuckoo liked Zheng Shuai. Why is she so obedient to Zheng Shuai? "Can't I shake his hand and take a photo? Little beauty, can I take a photo? Isn't that friend of yours keeping you under a tight leash? Why don't you leave him and stay in America with me? I promise I'll make you a Hollywood superstar within a year." Kai Jia was boasting, but he was actually trying to woo Zhang Cuckoo. Zhang Cuckoo's eyes darted around in anticipation. She shook her head and said, No, I can't stay in America. I have to go back to China with big brother Zheng Shuai." Kai Jia rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Zhang Cuckoo acted as if she really liked Kai Jia, but she refused to even shake his hand or take a picture with him. Even when he invited Zhang Cuckoo to film in the U.S., she refused. Kai Jia even began to suspect that this woman was just messing with him. "Little beauty, you're a celebrity from China, right? I have a lot of Hollywood superstar friends over there. How about I introduce you to them?" Kai Jia thought that Zhang Cuckoo was afraid of Zheng Shuai and wanted to kidnap her first. Zhang Cuckoo suddenly stomped on Kai Jia's shiny leather shoes angrily. Zhang Cuckoo, who had drunk the ancient beast gene fluid, was extremely strong. The stomp almost broke Kai Jia's foot. "Why do you keep talking to me? My heart already belongs to someone, so I can't talk to strange men. Hurry and leave, or else what if brother Zheng Shuai gets angry at me?" Zhang Cuckoo was a lunatic who fell out with him at the drop of a hat. Kajia cried out in pain, his nose crooked in anger. Many people heard the commotion and looked over. When they saw that Kaga had failed to pick up a girl, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Nicholas Kaga was an international superstar. Many female stars fought to climb into his bed, but even such an amazing person failed. Is that Zhang Cuckoo from the Pretty Girls group? This girl is really arrogant. She even dared to reject Kai Jia. I think she can only stay in China for the rest of her life. Many Chinese celebrities looked over, and many of them recognized Zhang Kiki. Rao Sherman and Schwer are here too. Isn't that Zheng Shuai? Recently, there have been rumors about Zheng Shuai and Cher in the entertainment industry. Now that the 2 of them are attending the Golden Deer Awards together, it seems like the rumors are true. I suspect that the Pretty Girls group also has an ambiguous relationship with Zheng Shuai. Didn't you see Zhang Cuckoo holding Zheng Shuai's arm? The Chinese celebrities whispered to each other. Not only did ordinary people like to gossip, but these celebrities also loved to gossip. Recently, Zhang Shuai had been doing very well in China's entertainment industry. Many people had received messages from film companies telling them not to offend Zhang Shuai. These Chinese superstars were instantly displeased. In their eyes, Zhang Shuai was only a new star and he was a comedian. What was there to be proud of? This fool Zhang Shuai has already offended Nicholas Kaga. Let's wait for him to make a fool of himself. The Chinese celebrities all looked at Qin Feng with schadenfreude. Seeing that everyone was talking about him, Kai Jia felt a wave of anger in his heart. However, everyone here was a celebrity from all over the world, so Kai Jia couldn't suppress Qin Feng in front of everyone. If he did that, it would seem like he wasn't magnanimous enough. You brat, come here. Kaga hid in the corner of the crowd and wanted to avoid the limelight. He waved his hand, and a security guard immediately ran over with a smile on his face. Superstar Kaga, what business do you have with this little brother? Nicholas Kaga was very famous in America. The security guard was elated to be able to speak with this Hollywood superstar. Do you see that ugly man? When he's on the red carpet, chase him off for me, Kaga said as he secretly pointed at Zhang Shuai. The security guard took a glance and realized that Zhang Shuai was really ugly. Superstar Kaga, you're that Chinese pig, right? Don't worry. This person just offended Master Kaga. I'll definitely make him make a fool of himself. The security guard didn't even think before standing on Kaga's side. This was America, and Nicholas Kaga was a Hollywood superstar. Zhang Shuai was only a new Chinese star, so the security guard didn't put him in his eyes at all. After arranging things, Kaga felt much better. He swaggered back into the crowd and continued to talk and laugh wittily and wittily. More and more celebrities gathered at the venue. The men were dressed in suits and looked very handsome. The women were dressed in cheapao dresses and looked very beautiful. Wow, the Cannes Film Festival has started. The doors to the inner hall are already open. Let's go in. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations came from the crowd. A few Hollywood superstars had already started to walk on the red carpet. Seeing this, Qin Feng also prepared to enter with the 4 women. He wanted to get the Golden Deer Award as soon as possible and leave America. Wait, you can't go in. A security guard rushed towards Qin Feng the moment he stepped on the red carpet. Rao Sherman and the other 3 women were shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Hey, what right do you have to stop Big Brother Zhang Shuai? Get out of the way. Zhang Kuku was instantly displeased. This security guard was the one that Kaga told him to. Naturally, he wouldn't let Qin Feng enter. Why are there so many reasons? You really want a reason, right? This man is too ugly and affects the overall aesthetic of the film festival, so he can't get in. The security guard glared at Qin Feng confidently. Qin Feng wanted to yell at him to death when he spoke the truth. Everyone in front, make way. Get out of the way. Just when the security guard stopped Qin Feng, a sudden roar came from behind. The people present were all superstars from all over the world. Regardless of whether they were well-mannered or not, they had to pretend to be gentlemen on the red carpet. Who would dare to curse? Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked behind them in astonishment. They saw a group of muscular men in black suits and black sunglasses rushing towards them. There were about 20 people. The man who was leading the group was wearing a white suit. Someone recognized him as soon as he got closer. Phew, it's Big Brother Boang from the Mafia. Oh my God, why is Big Brother Boang here? Could it be that there's a murder here? It's over, it's over. Did some blind star offend Bun? What if a group of Mafia people shoot and accidentally injure us? The man was Big Brother Boang from the Mafia. His appearance caused chaos in the crowd. Just when everyone was panicking, Boang walked to Qin Feng's side. He bowed to Qin Feng respectfully and said, Big Brother Zhang, I'm late. Please punish me, Big Brother Zhang. All right, you came at the right time. Go ahead and clear the way. Tell these bastards to stay away. I want to bring my woman in first. Qin Feng had subdued Boang when he swept the Mafia bar the night before. He even specifically told Buong to come during the Oscar Film Festival. Chapter 11-12. Big Brother Buong, why are you here? Kaga was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Buong. His arrogant aura instantly dissipated. Buong was here to serve Chin Fong, so he didn't have the time to care about others. He yelled at Kaga, "Who the hell are you? Do you think I'm familiar with you? Didn't you hear what I just said? Hurry up and stand to the side." Kaga lost all his face after being reprimanded by Buong in front of everyone. Seeing that the celebrities around him were all talking, he couldn't back down. He continued to smile and said, "Brother Boon, I'm Nicholas Kaga. We even drank together 2 months ago. By the way, brother, do you know that Huasha pig? That brat is a Chinese film and TV star. There's no need for Big Brother to pay attention to him." Kaga didn't understand the situation. His words scared Buong so much that he almost fell. Buong managed to save his life the night before. However, his life wasn't his own. If something went wrong at the Cannes Film Festival, Buong believed that Chin Fong could kill him in seconds. "Fuck! You're courting death, brat." Buong didn't want to talk nonsense with Kaga. He was afraid that if he said too much, this brat would say something disrespectful to Zheng Shuai. If he angered Zheng Shuai, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Bang! Buong's kick sent Kaga flying. He didn't even have time to react and fell flat on his face. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. That was Hollywood superstar Kaga. How could he have such a day? However, what was even more shocking wasn't that Kaga was hit, but that Buong was trying to curry favor with Chin Fong. Chin Fong appeared as Zheng Shuai. He was ugly and had no class. At most, he had some fame in the Chinese film and TV industry. However, who would recognize him at the International Cannes Film Festival? However, it was this unremarkable Chinese brat that made Big Brother Buong of the Mafia bow down to him. It was simply unimaginable. Knock that idiot out and throw him out. If anyone dares to block the way or say anything bad about Big Brother Zheng Shuai, don't blame me, Buong, for not giving face. Buong kicked Kaga and ordered his subordinates to drag him out and give him a beating. The entire open-air hall became quiet. The big stars from all over the country were trembling in fear. In front of the American Mafia, they could not show any temper. "Brother Zheng Shuai, let's go in." After Buong stabilized the situation, he squeezed a smile on his face and ran to Chin Feng's side. He looked like a little brother, trying to curry favor with his big brother. Rao, Sherman, and the other 3 girls still didn't know that Chin Fong had swept the Mafia bar clean, so they were all dumbfounded. "All right, you lead the way." Chin Feng waved his hand, and Buong immediately led the way with 3 of his subordinates. The rest of the subordinates followed behind Chin Feng and the others. It was a grand show of extravagance. Only Chin Fong, Rao Sherman, and Rao Sherman were on the red carpet. None of the other celebrities dared to walk on the red carpet. They could only watch enviously as Chin Fong became the focus of today's film festival. The 4 women surrounded Chin Fong, and they all felt as if they were about to enter the wedding hall. Xiao Li didn't feel much since she wasn't in the entertainment industry, but the pretty girls combination and Cher were extremely excited. The 3 women used to fantasize that one day they could proudly walk on the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival. Those Hollywood superstars and Chinese movie stars would all step aside, and they would be the only protagonists. They wanted to walk to the top of the international movie stars. This was originally a dream that was almost impossible to achieve. However, at this moment, Chin Fong helped the 3 women fulfill their dreams. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and applaud to welcome superstar Zheng Shuai and the 4 sisters-in-law into the hall. Buong suddenly yelled at the celebrities around the red carpet when he was halfway there. Everyone was startled and subconsciously clapped and cheered. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Chin Fong walked into the inner hall of the film festival with his arms around the 4 women. They were also the first to enter the hall. "Big Brother Zheng, is there anything else you need me to do?" After Buong entered the inner hall, the big stone in his heart relaxed slightly. At least he didn't make any mistakes. Just bring your men and stand at the entrance. Pay attention at all times. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry disturb us. Qin Feng called Buong over to ask for some peace. There were many annoying flies like Kaijia, so Qin Feng didn't have the time to teach them a lesson. Buong nodded immediately and said, "Big brother Zhang and big sisters-in-law, don't worry. I'll stand guard here and won't let anyone disturb you." Qin Feng had already brought the 4 women to a seat near the window. Only then did the rest of the celebrities enter the hall from the outside cautiously. Buong didn't need to say anything. All the celebrities who entered the hall stayed far away from Qin Feng and the others. No one wanted to cause trouble at this time. All the celebrities gathered in the inner hall. Usually this kind of film festival was very lively. However, because Qin Feng and Buong were here today, everyone spoke softly and cautiously. They purposely lowered their voices so that it felt like a board meeting. The organizer of the Cannes Film Festival also came out. These executives didn't have any temper when they saw Buong. The organizer sent a representative to the stage to give a speech. Then he began to announce the winners of each award. Next, I will announce the winner of this year's Oscar Golden Phoenix Award, Madame Cher, the rising star of China's film and television industry. Cher stood up in surprise when the announcement was made. She never thought that she would win the Golden Phoenix Award. However, after she glanced at Qin Feng, she understood everything. Cher hugged Qin Feng excitedly and kissed him. Then, she walked to the stage to receive the award. At this time, the system notification rang in Qin Feng and Cher's mind simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for helping Cher, the owner of the Sovereign Superstar System, to complete the mission to win the Oscar Golden Phoenix Award. The system rewards host Qin Feng 5,000 Hedonist points. Ding! Cher has gifted host Qin Feng 5,000 Hedonist points. Host Qin Feng's current balance is 344,000 Hedonist points. Cher held the Golden Phoenix trophy, made of pure gold, in her hands. She stood on the stage and expressed her gratitude. She even took some time to thank Zheng Shuai. After the Golden Phoenix Award ceremony ended, Cher slowly walked down the stage. Then the Golden Deer Award, the most prestigious award of this year's Oscar Film Festival, was presented. Movie stars from all over the world were excited. They were all here for the Golden Deer Award. However, there were some American superstars who remained calm because they had received insider news that the winner of this year's Golden Deer Award had already been decided by Hollywood superstar Odin. Looking at the celebrities around them, who were flushed with excitement, they found it hilarious. Next, we will present tonight's Golden Deer Trophy. The winner of this year's Golden Deer Award is the rising star of China, Zheng Shuai. This is also the first Chinese star to receive this award since the beginning of the Oscar Film Festival. Everyone, let's give a round of applause. As soon as the representative of the film festival finished speaking, a strange atmosphere descended upon the audience. No one applauded because they were still in a state of shock. Nobody expected the winner of the Golden Deer Award to be a Chinese star. Moreover, he was a rising star, and an ugly one at that. The American movie stars were dumbstruck, and the Chinese superstars were filled with resentment. The Hollywood superstars who knew that Odin was the winner of the Golden Deer Award had their eyeballs popping out of their sockets. At this moment, everyone started to size up Zheng Shuai again. What kind of background did this inconspicuous rising star of China have? He was practically a black sheep under the bewildered gaze of the audience. Qin Feng leisurely walked up to the podium. Qin Feng was not interested in the Golden Deer Award. He only took it for the system mission. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for completing the second side mission of I'm a Superstar. Host Qin Feng has become a popular actor and won the Oscar Golden Deer Award. The system rewards host Qin Feng 20,000 Hedonist points and 3 character conversion cards. Ding! Congratulations to host Qin Feng for completing the main mission of I'm a Superstar. Host Qin Feng has become a popular international star. The system rewards host Qin Feng 50,000 hedonist points and 3 character conversion cards. Host Qin Feng's total hedonist points 414,000. The system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind when he lifted the Oscar Golden Deer Award. Qin Feng was relieved that he had completed the mission of I'm a Superstar. The Oscar Golden Deer Award was the most prestigious award. Usually, only the Best Actor and Best Actress could win it. However, Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened after he received the Golden Deer Award. He didn't even say a word of thanks and walked down the stage with the award. Everyone was speechless at Qin Feng's actions. This year's Oscar Film Festival had come to an end. Movie stars from all over the world left on bad terms amidst a series of sighs. Big Brother Zheng, what else do you need me to do now? Buong approached Qin Feng as soon as he left. Qin Feng looked at the chaotic inner hall and said indifferently, "Let me take the women out first." Buong immediately understood Qin Feng's intention. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everyone go back to your seats." Big Brother Zheng, Shuai hasn't left yet. Who dares to leave first? The few Hollywood superstars who were already at the entrance were so scared that they ran back to their seats. The rest of the stars were even more afraid of Buong. In less than 10 seconds, everyone returned to their seats as if the film festival was still going on. Rao Sherman and the other 3 women were completely convinced by Qin Feng's methods. They realized that not only did Qin Feng have people who wanted to flatter him wherever he went, but Qin Feng's underlings weren't ordinary people either. This time, they were the bosses of the American mafia. "Beauties, we have nothing else to do in America. Let's go back today," Qin Feng said to the 4 women. The 4 women nodded in agreement. They were here to attend the film festival. Buong had gone to the front to clear the way. The rest of the underlings followed behind Qin Feng and the other 4 women. They left in a grandiose manner, just like how they came. Today, Qin Feng, Rao Sherman, and the other 2 women were in the limelight. Their appearance had completely overturned everyone's impression of Chinese celebrities. In the past Oscars, Chinese movie stars were just bystanders. But today, the Hollywood superstars were the real bystanders. Qin Feng and the other 4 women were the first to enter the venue. They were the first to leave. They were treated like the leaders of a country. After leaving the film festival, Qin Feng and the 4 women went to Watson Airport. On the plane to China, Qin Feng checked the introduction of the character transformation card. The character transformation card was Qin Feng's reward for completing the I'm a Superstar mission not long ago. There were 3 character transformation cards. According to the system's introduction, each character transformation card could randomly select a hero character from the Palace of Heroes. After the selection, Qin Feng would possess 100% of the hero's abilities for half an hour. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. These 3 character transformation cards were 3 life-saving trump cards. If Qin Feng drew the Golden Fur Lion King in the Palace of Heroes, then he would possess the peak strength of the Golden Fur Lion King for half an hour. That was the strength of stage for true Qi. Qin Feng didn't know how powerful that would be. Chapter 11:13. Near a sparsely populated basin valley in the Qingchuan region, a large number of people had suddenly arrived. These people formed their own groups and wore the same attire. Most of them did not drive over, but galloped through the valley on horseback. This was where the astral sect, one of the 5 hidden hegemons, was located. These people were from the various factions of the outer pugilistic world. They were here to participate in the Alliance Master Coronation. Logically speaking, the coronation should have been held 3 days ago. However, everyone had waited for 3 days and 3 nights in the valley, unwilling to leave. This was because the Alliance Master Qin Feng was nowhere to be seen. This punk was not kind at all. "Brother Tiandao, did you bring enough rations? Can you share some with our Shaolin brothers?" The yellow-robed martial Uncle Yuanjin smiled at the blue-robed Wudong First Elder, Zhang Tiandao. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Tiandao glared and shouted, "Darn monk! I gave you a lot of rations yesterday. Our Wudong sect has nothing to eat. Stop bothering me." Zhang Tiandao and martial Uncle Yuanzhen were of equal status. Yuanzhen curled his lips and ran over to the Kunlun sect's Bamboo Rain with a smile. "Young hero Bamboo Rain," just as martial Uncle Yuanzhen spoke, Bamboo Rain threw the bag on her back to the ground and said weakly, "There! If there's any food in there, Senior Yuanzhen, feel free to take it." Yuanzhen blushed and turned to head to the amazed sect's group of Taoist nuns. Halfway there, Yuanzhen felt embarrassed. How could he ask a woman for food? The 5 sects of China were all gathered here. Due to Qin Feng's delay, everyone's rations had long been finished. They had not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Even the 5 major sects, the most powerful of the outer hidden sects, Shaolin, were starving. As for the disciples of the dozens of small sects, some of them had already fainted from hunger. "Sai, that bastard Qin Feng is actually late. He's been late for 3 days. This is the grandest coronation ceremony of the outer pugilistic world. This punk has no sense of time." Yuanjin sat on the ground and grumbled after failing to beg for alms. The Wudong sect's first elder, Zhang Tiandao, was annoyed by Yuanzhen's incessant chatter. He grumbled, "You darn monk! If you have the guts, wait until Alliance Chief Qin is here before saying all this. See if he doesn't trample you to death then." Now, Qin Feng's position in the outer hidden sects was illustrious, especially in the outer hidden sects. During the second martial world disturbance, martial Uncle Yuanzhen had fought with Qin Fen on Devil Beast Mountain. At that time, Qin Fen wasn't Yuanzhen's match. In the end, he had to use the killer book to defeat Yuanzhen. However, in just 3 months, Qin Fen had become the martial world alliance master. His strength was comparable to a peak stage 9 inner chi expert, and he could kill Yuanzhen with a single palm strike. Holy shit! Zhang Tiandao, you stinky Taoist priest, don't frame me. When did I say bad things about Alliance Master Qin? Oh, I get it now. Is it because your Wudong sect didn't manage to take down the martial world's Alliance Master, so you're dissatisfied with Alliance Master Qin? Yuanzhen and Zhang Tiandao quarreled. Bamboo Rain and Priestess Heartless shook their heads with a bitter smile. The great elder of the Mount Hua sect shouted, "Aren't you too starving? You still have the energy to quarrel? We don't know when Alliance Master Qin will come. I advise you to save your energy." When the great elder of the Mount Hua sect said that, the 2 of them stopped quarreling. They were afraid that they would starve to death before Qin Fen arrived. Dozens of sects in the outer hidden sects gathered near the Astral Gate. However, the people from the Astral Gate did not come to receive them. The Astral Gate was an inner hidden sect and one of the 5 inner hidden hegemons. How could they look up to the forces of the outer hidden sects? Furthermore, the inner hidden sects had array formations. Martial Uncle Yuanzhen and the others had been here for 3 days and 3 nights, but they had not found the entrance to the Astral Gate. Swoosh! The sky was clear and boundless. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and dark clouds covered the sky. It was as if a heavy rain was about to fall. The strong wind blew from afar and flew over at an astonishing speed. The people of the outer hidden sects jumped in fright. They stared in the direction of the storm as if they were facing a great enemy. Holy shit! There's someone there. There's a figure in that small hurricane. Who are you? How dare you play tricks in front of the outer hidden sects? Quickly report your name. That's too scary. Is that a human or a god? The hundreds of people of the outer hidden sects were all frightened. They saw the hurricane fly over so fast that it made their eyes blur. Martial Uncle Yuanzhen did not even dare to blink. Every time he blinked, the hurricane would advance by more than 100 meters. Bang! Bang! The hurricane was already right before them. The sound of rushing wind came from within. The aura was like an avalanche, like the end of the world was coming. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. Loud laughter came from within the hurricane. There was really someone inside. This voice was somewhat familiar. Marshal Uncle Yuan Zhen and the others were startled. Someone already shouted, "Holy shit! It's Alliance Master Qin is here. It must be Alliance Master Qin." In China, only Alliance Master Qin can cause such a huge commotion. Holy shit! Alliance Master Qin, you're finally here. If you had taken any longer, we would have been prepared to ride back to the sect to prepare some rations before coming back to wait for you. Qin Feng stood on the cosmic flying sword amid the hurricane, bursting forth with all his inner qi. A pink light flashed, and Qin Feng landed on the ground. As for the cosmic flying sword, it had been stored in the system long ago. No one saw its existence. The hurricane dissipated, and Qin Feng stood behind everyone with his hands behind his back. Finally, someone looked back. When they saw Qin Feng appearing out of thin air like a magic trick, they were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies. Alliance Master Qin. Disciples of the Shaolin Temple greet Alliance Master Qin. Disciples of the Wudong Temple greet Alliance Master Qin. The dozens of outer hidden sects in the valley greeted Qin Feng. Qin Feng's current status was illustrious. His every action attracted the attention of the entire pugilistic world. Most of the people present were from the outer hidden sects, but there were also a few weaker inner hidden sects. However, Qin Feng did not put on the airs of an alliance master. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "I went to deal with some personal matters a few days ago and was delayed for a few days. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feng's position as the martial arts alliance master was there for all to see. Even if he made everyone wait for 3 days and 3 nights, no one dared to say anything. Xiao Li followed Qin Feng closely. Wherever Qin Feng went, she followed him as if she was his shadow. Big Brother Qin. A little beauty in white suddenly ran out from the crowd. Everyone else called Alliance Master Qin, but she called him Big Brother Qin shyly. Qin Feng recognized her at first glance. She was the female disciple of Mount Jade Lady of the Inner Hidden Sect, Haiqing. During the martial arts circle convention in Demon City, Qin Feng hugged and touched this girl all over in order to make Haiqing withdraw from the competition. "Miss Haiqing, how have you been?" Qin Feng chuckled as he greeted Haiqing. The elders of Jade Maiden Mountain and the other female disciples walked out. Everyone bowed to Qin Feng, indicating that they were greeting Qin Feng. "Big Brother Qin, I'm fine. How are you?" Haiqing was very shy when she saw Qin Feng. She looked like a little girl who had just fallen in love. Xiao Li's face suddenly turned cold. She felt sour in her heart. "Master, let's go to the Starlight Sect to deal with the business." Xiao Li reminded Qin Feng. She didn't want to see Qin Feng and Haiqing together. Haiqing looked at Xiao Li awkwardly. During the martial arts circle convention, Xiao Li had always been by Qin Feng's side. This time Xiao Li was also here. Anyone with a discerning eye could guess that Xiao Li was Qin Feng's woman. Haiqing felt like she was a mistress. "Miss Haiqing, I'll talk to you after I finish the ascension ceremony." Qin Feng nodded at Haiqing. Haiqing immediately retreated shyly. All the big forces of the outer hidden sect surrounded them. Everyone had waited for 3 days and 3 nights for this moment. "Everyone, does anyone know where the entrance of the Starlight Sect is?" Qin Feng asked. Everyone quieted down. Not many outsiders knew about the entrance of the Inner Hidden Sect. After a moment of silence, the elder of Mount Jade Lady walked out respectfully. "Alliance Master Qin, logically speaking, the Starlight Sect should have sent a disciple to welcome you today. We have waited for 3 days and 3 nights, but we haven't seen a single Starlight Sect disciple. Alliance Master Qin, do you want to contact them?" Ask them to send someone to bring us in." As soon as the elder of Mount Jade Lady spoke, everyone became noisy. "Alliance Master Chin, the elder of Mount Jade Lady, is right. You are the Alliance Master of the martial arts circle. The Starlight sect is too arrogant. They left us here and did not care about us. Do they still think they are the Alliance Master of the martial arts circle? I think the Starlight sect did it on purpose. These inner hidden sects all think that they are powerful. We are all ancient martial arts practitioners of Huaxia and should be like-minded friends. However, they always think that they are superior to others. What right do they have? Alliance Leader Chin, after you ascend to the throne, you must reorganize the outer martial arts world and suppress the arrogance of the inner hidden sects. The beauties of Jade Maiden Mountain, don't misunderstand. I was talking about some of the inner hidden sects. I wasn't talking about you. There were many forces in the outer hidden sect, and they had existed for hundreds of years. Conflicts between the sects naturally existed, and they were about to explode. It just so happened that Qin Feng had become the Alliance Master of the martial arts circle with the identity of an outer hidden sect. This gave the outer hidden sects who had been oppressed a backer. After enduring for so long, it was time for them to rebel. Qin Feng looked around the boundless valley, but he did not see any buildings. It seemed like the inner hidden sect had set up a formation. Qin Feng had some understanding of formations now. The inner hidden sect's formation was most likely an invisible formation. Their sect was actually built here. It was just that no one could see it. Elder Haifeng, can you tell me what the formation in your sect's base looks like? Qin Feng asked the elder of Mount Jade Lady as he walked into the sect. Hai Qing stood beside Qin Feng shyly. She lowered her head and said nothing. Elder Haifeng hesitated for a moment before she finally said, Alliance Master Qin, the inner hidden sect does indeed have a formation. Moreover, the formation is similar. However, this is our sect's secret. Normally, we won't leak it. However, Alliance Master Qin has an illustrious position. I can tell you in private. Qin Feng nodded and brought Hai Feng to the side. Hai Feng did not delay any further and immediately said, Alliance Master Qin, Mount Jade Lady uses the Earth Shield formation. That formation hides the entire sect underground. Actually, the sect's buildings are still above ground. However, without breaking the formation, even if you walk to the surface, you won't be able to see our sect's base. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. It seemed like the inner hidden sect was indeed many times more powerful than the outer hidden sect. The sect's formation alone was strange, and Qin Feng knew very well how much effort and resources were needed to set up a large formation. The spirit-gathering formation that Qin Feng set up in Hero City only covered a mountaintop. However, that formation also cost Qin Feng a lot of spirit stones. Moreover, it was completed with the help of the 3 heroes and Hua Bei. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Elder Haifeng, do you know what formation the Starlight sect set up? Chapter 1114. Qin Feng came to the Starlight Gate for the coronation ceremony, but he was refused entry. This made him furious. The sects in the outer martial world had been waiting here for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Feng didn't want to waste his time looking for someone who knew about formations. Moreover, he didn't know anyone who knew about formations, so he decided to break the formation himself. Master, the 5 elemental formation scroll you have is only a basic formation scroll. It can only set up a small-scale formation, so it's impossible to break the Starlight Gate's invisibility formation, Little Pig said in Qin Feng's mind. Then, what kind of formation scroll do I need to break the formation? Qin Feng was annoyed. He had 414,000 hedonist points left. He didn't believe he couldn't buy a scroll that could break the formation. Master, the 5 elemental formation scroll can be upgraded. Spend 20,000 hedonist points to upgrade it to the Yin-Yang formation scroll. Then spend 30,000 hedonist points to upgrade it to the Heaven and Earth formation scroll. As long as you have the Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll, you can break the Starlight Gate's invisibility formation. Little Pig said. Qin Feng immediately checked the system inventory. There was a Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll, but it cost 100,000 Hedonist points. However, Qin Feng only needed 50,000 Hedonist points to upgrade the 5 Elemental Formation Scroll to the Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll. Upgrade. Qin Feng moved his mind, and a vast amount of information flowed into his mind. Qin Feng felt like his head was going to explode. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for spending 50,000 Hedonist points to upgrade the 5 Elemental Formation Scroll to the Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll. Host Qin Feng's total Hedonist points: 364,000. Alliance Leader Qin, are you listening to me? Qin Feng heard Elder Haifeng calling him as soon as he finished upgrading the Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll. Oh, Elder Haifeng, I know a little about formations. Let me study it. Maybe I can break the formation. With the Heaven and Earth Formation Scroll, Qin Feng could break the Starlight Gate's invisibility formation. Elder Haifeng looked at Qin Feng in surprise. She didn't expect Qin Feng to know formations at such a young age. Alliance Leader Qin, this inner hidden sex invisibility formation is very clever and powerful. Why don't we find someone who knows formations to help us? After regaining her composure, Haifeng looked at Qin Fen cautiously. She still didn't quite believe that Qin Fen would be able to break the spell formation. Spell formations weren't like cultivation, and not just anyone could master them. Furthermore, Qin Fen was so young that it was impossible for him to be proficient in spell formations. Qin Feng didn't bother explaining things to Haifeng. After all, he couldn't explain things to her about the system. Qin Feng brought Haifeng back to the crowd. Alliance Leader Qin, are we going to break the formation? I know a few formation masters. Should I call them over now? Who the hell are these people from Star Sect? To actually block Alliance Master Qin outside. Simply do not know the rules. The crowd was in an uproar again. Some people complained, while others gave Qin Feng advice. Qin Feng waved his hand to calm everyone down. He said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone. Sit here and wait for a while. I'll go break the formation." Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Some people even thought there was something wrong with their ears. Alliance Leader Qin, what did you just say? You want to break the array by yourself? This won't do. Alliance Leader Qin, this is the base of Star Sect. They are also one of the hidden 5 hegemons. The sect's formation is very powerful. How can one person break the formation? Everyone tried to persuade Qin Fen. Everyone knew that Qin Fen was very powerful. However, no one was optimistic about Qin Fen breaking the invisibility formation of the Stargate alone. Master. Xiao Li was also confused. She grabbed Qin Feng's arm and didn't know what to do. Qin Feng understood what everyone was thinking, but he didn't bother to explain. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, wait quietly for me. I'll knock out whoever talks nonsense and let him sleep for a while." As soon as Qin Feng said this, the crowd immediately became quiet. Under Qin Feng's majesty, no one dared to disobey him. Looking at Qin Feng and Xiao Li walking into the depths of the valley, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They still didn't think that Qin Feng could break the formation. At this time in Star Sect, dozens of elite disciples were guarding the door. They were not far from the people of the martial arts world. The people of the martial arts world couldn't see them, but they could clearly see everyone's every move. Is that guy the Alliance Leader of the martial arts world? He looks so young. Humph, a brat who hasn't even grown his hair. I can only say that he was lucky to become the Alliance Leader of the martial arts world. I heard that Senior Brother Ling Daozi and the 2 elders disappeared during the competition. Vice Sect Leader Ling Tian Hai was also not there. Only Senior Brother Ling Fei was there. I guess he was tricked by Qin Feng. By the way, why haven't the two great elders, the vice sect leader and senior brother Ling Dozi, returned? Senior brother Ling Fei and the others didn't come back either? A few disciples who were guarding the door started to discuss. One of them with a higher status suddenly said, "Stop talking. Be careful not to be heard by the sect leader and the others. You too. Quickly go and report to the great elders about the situation here." Now the forces of the martial arts world outside are at their wits' end. That fool Qin Feng brought a woman to break the formation. Two disciples immediately went to report the situation. The other disciples who were guarding the door all had a playful smile on their faces. Their star sect's invisibility formation was very powerful. Qin Feng went to break the formation alone. It was simply a fool's talk. "Master, are you really going to break the formation?" Xiao Li still couldn't believe it. She usually didn't see her master play with formations. Qin Feng walked to a valley and suddenly stopped. He squatted on the ground and said, as if he was talking to himself, "Of course I'm going to break the formation. Otherwise, why don't I bring you to do it in the wild?" Xiao Li understood what he meant by doing it in the wild. She immediately blushed and said, "Master, if you really want it, Xiao Li has no objection." Qin Feng was just joking, but he didn't expect Xiao Li to take it seriously. Looking at Xiao Li's shy face, Qin Feng smiled and patted her head. "Don't think too much. I'm really going to break the formation. The spiritual energy fluctuations in this area are strange. I suspect that we are standing in the base of the star sect after obtaining the heaven and earth formation." Qin Feng's mind was filled with a lot of knowledge related to feng shui and stars. He quickly found the abnormality in the valley. Xiao Li's eyes widened. She sensed with her heart, but she didn't find the so-called strange spiritual energy fluctuations. She didn't understand how Qin Feng sensed it. "Master, do you need Xiao Li's help?" Xiao Li didn't know anything about formations. She looked at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng had already investigated the ground under his feet. He was even more certain that this was the formation eye of the formation. "Just stand there and don't move. I'll let you attack later, and you attack with all your strength." Qin Feng spoke to Xiao Li and then took out a dozen spirit stones and some array flags from the system. Xiao Li saw that Qin Feng was so busy, but she couldn't help him for the time being. She was very anxious. After fiddling with it for a while, Qin Feng inserted a formation flag and placed spiritual stones on a formation eye. The position of these formation flags was very particular, and the spiritual stones were also imprinted with Qin Feng's internal qi. "Xiao Li, attack that formation flag area with all your strength." Xiao Li was at a loss. Suddenly, she heard Qin Feng's voice. Qin Feng had already launched his attack. Destructive fire, sword qi, whip shadow, fist wind, purple lightning. Qin Feng used all kinds of attacks that could be used to attack the formation eye. A loud noise came from all directions. It was as if a muffled thunder had fallen from the sky. Xiao Li was startled. After she came to her senses, she quickly began to attack with her palms. Rumble. As soon as Xiao Li attacked, a cold wind enveloped the surroundings. It was so cold that Qin Feng shivered. As a ghost cultivator, Xiao Li's cultivation method was very strange. Every time she clapped her palms, violent yin qi would gather in her palms. It was as if she wanted to devour a living person. "Master, are we going to keep attacking like this?" After dozens of palms, Xiao Li asked Qin Feng in puzzlement. This was because Xiao Li didn't know the formation eye at all. She felt that she had been attacking the air nonstop. That action was so strange. Just attack. Use all your moves. There's a formation eye there. As long as the formation eye is destroyed, the formation will be loosened for a short period of time. At that time, you'll be able to see the starlight sex base, Qin Feng explained as he sped up his attacks. This time, Xiao Li threw caution to the wind. She treated the formation eye as the most hated ghost face evil king and launched a crazy attack. Bang, bang, bang. Rumble. The ground within a few hundred meters of Qin Feng cracked. As a stage 9 inner qi expert, Qin Feng's inner qi was abundant and his attacks were fierce. On the other hand, Shaoli was only a stage 6 ghost cultivator. Soon, the supply of yin qi in her body couldn't meet the demand, and the surrounding yin qi became weaker. Master, I can't do it anymore. Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng with a depressed expression. Qin Feng knew that Xiao Li had tried her best. Just when he was about to persuade her to rest, the sound of galloping horses came. Hundreds of martial artists from the martial arts world rushed over. Alliance leader Qin, what are you guys doing? Everyone rushed over when they heard the loud noise. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. They saw Qin Feng and Xiao Li attacking the air like idiots. Everyone, come and help me. There's a formation eye in the area where I planted the formation flag. As long as we destroy the formation eye, we can temporarily break the formation. Qin Feng explained quickly. Everyone was puzzled. Most of them didn't believe Qin Feng's words. Suddenly, a white figure flew over. It was Hai Qing from Jade, Maiden Mountain. Big brother Qin, let me help you. Hai Qing didn't care whether Qin Feng was telling the truth or not. She was the first to step forward to help. Qin Feng smiled at Hai Qing and said, Miss Hai Qing, attack the formation eye with all your strength. Hai Qing nodded shyly. Then the aura around her changed. Her inner qi at the early stage of stage 9 surged out and began to attack. Disciples of Jade Maiden Mountain, listen up. Help Alliance leader Qin to break the formation. Elder Hai Feng also rushed over. The 5 or 6 female disciples of Jade Maiden Mountain all came with swords. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of swords could be heard everywhere. Although the people of Jade Maiden Mountain were attacking the air, they soon felt that there was an invisible barrier around the formation flag. All the attacks landed in that area. It seemed like it was really the formation eye. Brother Qin Feng, I'm here to help you too. A loud voice came from afar. Wen Yiming, dressed in a white robe, flew over. A group of Snow Mountain sect disciples followed behind him. Shaolin disciples, listen up. Help Alliance leader Qin to break the formation. Wudong disciples, listen up. Help Alliance leader Qin to break the formation. More and more sects joined in. In the end, all the sects joined in. There were almost 100 people in total. Every sect used different weapons and skills. Sword chi, saber chi, fire, ice, all kinds of attacks were launched at the formation eye. The scene was like the end of the world. All kinds of powerful attacks fell from the sky and covered half of the sky. After an unknown period of time, the originally solid formation eye began to loosen. Everyone could feel the difference when they attacked. Holy shit, this is really a formation eye. I can feel that the formation eye is loosening. Awesome. Alliance leader Qin, you're really an expert in formations. Everyone attack with all your might. Let's break this formation eye in one go. Everyone was excited when the formation eye was loosening. At this moment, the 2 disciples guarding the Starlight Gate reported the situation outside to the Grand Elder. When they learned that Qin Feng had foolishly gone to break the formation by himself, the Grand Elder smiled playfully. However, the smile on his face froze after a while. Holy shit, is it an earthquake? It's not an earthquake. Someone is breaking our invisibility formation. Chapter 11:15. The Stargate suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The disciples of the Star Sect were all in a panic. Everyone hurriedly ran to the gate and discussed with each other. They did not know what had happened. The people who were guarding the gate were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. They finally realized that Qin Feng was leading the martial artists to break the formation at the side gate. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. How are you guarding the gate? The formation eye at the side gate is being attacked. Can't you see it? Only then did the guards realize what was going on. A few great elders had already rushed out. The elders were all crazy, scolding the group of disciples. The group of disciples did not dare to say a word. They lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. "Be quiet, all of you. I'm going to die of anger." Boom! A loud noise came from the main hall. A black shadow stepped on the void and came over. His body was bursting with vital energy. The disciples and elders in the courtyard were shocked and shut their mouths. The old man in black landed in the middle of the front yard, stared at the elder and shouted, "Ling Baiyu, what the hell is going on?" Ling Baiyu was the elder with the highest seniority in the Stargate and had a high status in the Stargate. However, facing the reprimand of the man in black, Ling Baiyu was so scared that he trembled, sect leader Changkong. Qin Fun is leading the martial artists to attack the formation I at the side gate. If this continues, the formation I at the side gate will be broken soon. The old man in black was the sect leader of the Stargate, Ling Changkong, and also Ling Jiutian's senior brother. Ling Changkong leaped and landed on the tallest stone pillar outside the gate. He looked down and saw the people who were attacking the formation I at the side gate. "Why are you all standing there? The formation I at the side gate is being attacked. Hurry up and defend the formation I." The group of elders and disciples immediately woke up from Ling Changkong's anger and rushed to the side gate. However, they were only halfway there when a loud bang rang out. It was as if a mountain had suddenly collapsed, causing the ground to shake violently. Many disciples fell to the ground on their butts. Ling Changkong was half dead because the formation I at the side gate had been broken. At this time, Qin Fun and the others stopped attacking. Everyone looked at the sudden change in the scene in front of them. Suddenly, the base of the Star Gate appeared around them. "Damn, we really broke the formation of the Stargate. It's really amazing. This is all thanks to Alliance Leader Qin. I didn't expect Alliance Leader Qin to be proficient in arrays at such a young age. It's really amazing. Everyone, charge in. This Starlight Gate is a piece of shit. It actually blocked us outside for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's go find an explanation." The eye of the formation was broken, and the invisibility formation of the Star Gate temporarily lost its effect. Everyone excitedly jumped into the base of the Stargate, as if they were devils entering the village. "You barbarians, how dare you break into the base of my Starlight sect? If anyone dares to take half a step forward, I will kill him." A dignified voice rang out. It seemed to have an extremely strong penetrating power as it reverberated in everyone's mind. The people of the outer martial arts circle were shocked. They all stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move forward. Qin Feng stood in front of everyone and looked at the black-clothed old man who had suddenly appeared on the opposite roof. "Who are you?" Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and asked indifferently, "Humph, you don't even know me. Do you think someone like you is fit to be the leader of the martial arts world? Listen carefully. I am the leader of the Starlight sect, Ling Changkong." After Ling Changkong revealed his identity, the surrounding people immediately exclaimed. The people of the outer martial arts circle looked at Ling Changkong nervously. This was the leader of the Starlight sect. Who knew what realm this old monster was in? Qin Feng was also slightly surprised. He looked at Ling Changkong, who was on the roof again, but he realized that he could not see through this old man's strength at all. "How dare you intrude into my Starlight sect? All of you kneel and admit your guilt." Ling Changkong had been there for a while before the rest of the elders and disciples rushed over. 7 or 8 grand elders stood in a row, and behind them were nearly 100 disciples of the Starlight sect. All of the grand elders were bursting with powerful inner qi. They were all experts at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. One of the grand elders even burst with true qi. Qin Feng had always been curious about how powerful the inner hidden sects were. Now that he was standing in the base of the Starlight sect, Qin Feng was a little surprised. The power of the Starlight sect alone was comparable to the Dragon sect of China. However, even in the face of the entire Starlight sect, Qin Feng's expression did not change. He even shouted coldly, "Bastard! I am the leader of the martial arts circle, Qin Feng. I am here to carry out the coronation. The Starlight sect is so daring to intentionally block me and the other sects of the outer martial arts circle from entering. Now, you still dare to speak arrogantly." Step down. When Ling Chongkong and the elders of the Starlight sect appeared, all the big forces and sects of the outer martial arts world were dumbfounded, especially Ling Chongkong, who was standing on the roof. His strong, genuine qi made it hard for everyone to breathe. However, Qin Feng could still sternly reprimand the people of the Starlight sect. He was indeed worthy of the title of Alliance Leader Qin. Alliance Leader Qin is right. What's so great about the Starlight sect? Why did they block us outside for 3 days and 3 nights? Now that the leader of the martial arts circle is Hero Qin, does the Starlight sect still think that they're the #1 sect of the outer martial arts circle? Long live Alliance, Leader Qin. Hurry up and welcome us in. With Qin Feng standing in front of them to support them, the forces of the outer martial arts circle had confidence. The Martial Arts Circle Convention had existed since the emergence of the Martial Arts Circle in China. It had been going on until now. The position of the leader of the Martial Arts Circle was beyond the existence of the major sects of the Martial Arts Circle. One word from him could determine the life and death of a sect. No matter how powerful the Starlight sect was, they would not dare to go back on their words in front of the rules passed down by their ancestors. Humph! You bunch of kids, don't accuse the Starlight sect randomly. When did we say that we would keep Qin Feng out? When did we say that we would not carry out the coronation ceremony? The crowd of the outer martial arts circle was suddenly in a mess. Ling Chongkong roared angrily and vital energy burst out from his body. Immediately, the surrounding area became quiet. "Qin Feng, why didn't you come to the coronation ceremony 3 days ago? You only showed up here after 3 days. Could it be that the Starlight sect and the other sects of the outer martial arts circle had to wait for you? You are so arrogant." Ling Chongkong was a shrewd old man. With just a few words, he pushed the blame away and even accused Qin Feng of being arrogant. The coronation ceremony should be held on the day the Martial Arts Circle Convention ends. However, because the elders of the Starlight sect were not around, you postponed it privately. Now that you said that it will be held 3 days ago, you want it to be held then? As the leader of the martial arts circle, I have the final say on this matter. Qin Feng was not afraid of Ling Chongkong at all. In fact, he was still pondering about the relationship between Ling Chongkong and Ling Jiutian. Ling Jiutian was the master of the Dragon God, the deputy sect leader of the Starlight sect, and also the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Furthermore, he was the mysterious person who secretly controlled the system. After Qin Feng met Ling Chongkong, he felt that although Ling Chongkong was the sect leader of the Starlight sect, his power and ability did not seem to be as mysterious and powerful as Ling Jiutian. Qin Feng already possessed the domineering aura that the leader of the martial arts circle should have. When he spoke to the people of the Starlight sect, the forces of the outer martial arts circle behind him came back to their senses and began to speak up for Qin Feng. Alliance Leader Qin is right. He is the leader of the martial arts circle. Alliance Leader Qin has the final say on when the coronation ceremony will be held. Isn't it just an extra 3 days? We are all happy to wait for Alliance Leader Qin. Hurry up and make way for Alliance Leader Qin. Then we will carry out the coronation ceremony. In the future, all the forces of the outer martial arts circle will have to listen to Alliance Leader Qin's arrangements. There were more than 30 sects and hundreds of people from the outer martial arts circle. Moreover, most of them were powerhouses who were at the level of elders. This was not to be underestimated. When the elders of the Starlight sect saw that the people from the outer hidden sects dared to behave atrociously here, they were furious. Ling Chongkong, who was standing on the roof, was so angry that his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Alliance Leader Qin, I would like to see how you won the championship in the martial arts circle convention at such a young age. At that time, a few of the elders of the Starlight sect were missing. I am very suspicious of your strength. As the sect leader of the Starlight sect, one of the 5 hidden tyrants, when did a junior dare to talk back to him? A black shadow flashed, and Ling Chongkong appeared in front of Qin Feng. He was so fast that the people from the outer martial arts circle did not even have time to react. Even Qin Feng was extremely shocked. He only saw Ling Chongkong, and the wind from his palm had already condensed on Qin Feng's chest. Rumble! Qin Feng hurriedly threw a punch. It was as if thunder and a tiger's roar could be heard. The special Thunder Tiger Fist was extremely powerful, but it did not hurt Ling Chongkong at all. On the other hand, Qin Feng felt a strong wave of qi attack him, and he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! A deep pit was formed on the ground, and the surrounding dust flew everywhere. Everyone was stupefied by this scene. No one had expected that Ling Chongkong would suddenly make a move. Does this old man still have any sense of shame? As a sect leader, he actually attacked a junior like Qin Feng. Moreover, Qin Feng was the alliance leader of the martial arts circle. Master, are you all right? Xiao Li rushed to Qin Feng's side and carried him out of the pit. Looking at the blood seeping out from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, a cold wind suddenly appeared around Xiao Li. After putting Qin Feng down, she flew towards Ling Chongkong. Old bastard, I am going to kill you! Xiao Li, hurry up and come back! Qin Feng held back his blood and roared. Ling Chongkong was too powerful. Qin Feng was at the peak of stage 9 inner qi, and his strength was comparable to stage 1 true qi. However, he couldn't even withstand one move from Ling Chongkong. Xiao Li would only be sending herself to death if she went. Master, Xiao Li's eyes were filled with tears. She obediently returned to Qin Feng's side, but from time to time, she would glare at Ling Chongkong with a cold face. The people of the martial arts circle regained their senses and gathered around Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, are you all right? When Yiming's heart was filled with anger, these people from the Star sect were too despicable. Alliance Leader Qin, please sit down and rest for a while. Don't worry, everyone will stay here. If that old man dares to attack again, we will fight it out with the Star sect. The Star sect is a group of bastards. They don't even follow the rules of the martial arts circle. They even dared to hit Alliance Leader Qin. I will tell the entire martial arts circle about this and let all the major sects condemn the Star sect. The alliance leader of the martial arts circle was the #1 person in China's martial arts circle. According to the rules of the martial arts circle, the sect leader of any sect would have to lower his head in front of Qin Feng. However, Ling Chongkong had questioned Qin Feng's identity as the alliance leader and found an excuse to injure Qin Feng. This was something that the people of the martial arts circle could not tolerate. This was the rule of the martial arts circle. It was a belief that had been passed down for thousands of years. How could the people of the martial arts circle casually change and destroy it? Looking at the forces of the martial arts circle in the martial arts circle, the Great Elder and the disciples of the Star sect were flustered. Even they did not expect the sect leader of Chongkong to suddenly attack Qin Feng. Ling Chongkong was also angry. After slapping Qin Feng, he regretted it. It would be better if he could kill Qin Feng with a single slap. In that case, the alliance leader could be replaced. However, Qin Feng did not die. This time, the Star sect would be pushed to the teeth of the storm. Humph! I was only sparring with alliance leader Qin. How could I break the rules of the martial arts circle? Alliance leader Qin's strength is really regrettable. If someone with such a skill could be elected as the alliance leader of the martial arts circle, I think the martial arts circle of China will really decline. Ling Chongkong quickly defended himself. Chapter 1116. At this moment, no matter what Ling Chongkong said, it was all nonsense because no one believed him. The The outer martial artists also threw caution to the wind and angrily condemned the Star Gate. The Star Gate didn't even care about the rules of the martial arts world. What was the point of keeping this kind of sect? Qin Feng didn't care about the quarrel between the two sides. The turbulent waves in his heart had not subsided yet. Qin Feng had only met a stage 1 true Qi opponent before. He had always wanted to enter the inner hidden sect and understand the true power of the inner hidden sect. Ling Changkong's palm had broadened Qin Feng's horizons. Ling Changkong's strength was unfathomable. Qin Feng realized that he didn't even have the chance to fight back. This feeling was similar to the first time he climbed the Mount God of Dragon and fought the Dragon God. Master, Golden Fur Lion King, request to fight. Golden Fur Lion King's roar resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Golden Fur Lion King, can you tell what Ling Changkong's strength is? Qin Feng quickly asked. Master, that old man is only at stage 4 true Qi, which is the same level as me. However, I have full confidence that I can defeat Ling Changkong. When the time comes, I will strip him naked and hang him upside down on the Stargate's gate. I will let him know the consequences of offending Master. Golden Fur Lion King was very scary when he was angry. Qin Feng thought about it and decided not to let him out. After all, there were many outer martial artists gathered here. Golden Fur Lion King was a powerful opponent. If he let him out, it would definitely cause a commotion. When the time came, everyone would ask about Golden Fur Lion King's identity and sect. It would be troublesome if they found out the system's secret. Master, you can try the character transformation card. If you're lucky, you can draw a powerful hero. Little Pig gave Qin Feng another suggestion after knowing what he was thinking. Qin Feng remembered the character transformation card that he received when he completed the Superstar Mission 2. Qin Feng now had 3 character transformation cards. Each of them could randomly draw a hero from the Palace of Heroes, and he would have the hero's peak strength for half an hour. Draw, Qin Feng thought, and one of the character transformation cards suddenly disappeared. In the Palace of Heroes, the thousands of stars suddenly shone brightly, and the weather changed. One of the stars exploded in the dark night and blossomed into a magnificent color. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You have used the character transformation card to draw Qiao Feng. You will have the hero Qiao Feng at his peak strength for half an hour. The system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. He was stupefied. He had drawn the demigods and semi-devils, Qiao Feng character level, True Qi level 4. Character consummate skills, 18 dragon subduing palms, dog beating stick technique, dragon capturing skill, rumble. As soon as Qin Feng finished reading Qiao Feng's introduction, a violent explosion erupted from his body. Qin Feng, who was originally heavily injured, suddenly felt as if he had been revived. Moreover, his body burst forth with surging true Qi. It was an unprecedented feeling of power. Master, what's wrong? Don't scare Xiaoli. The sudden change in Qin Feng's body scared Xiaoli so much that she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms and cried. Jade Maiden Mountain's Haiqing was also so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. She squatted beside Qin Feng and examined his condition. I, Wen Yiming of Snow Mountain Sect, am here to challenge you and avenge my brother Qin Feng. Wen Yiming also thought that Qin Feng's body was in trouble, so he rushed forward with his sword in his hand. The forces of the outer martial arts world were very afraid of the Star's Gate before, but now they were all enraged. They followed behind Wen Yiming and rushed into the Star's Gate. Everyone was from the martial arts world, and after their hot blood was ignited, they were all good men. Rumble! Another loud explosion sounded. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng had already landed in front of them. Qin Feng had stomped on the ground, creating dozens of cracks, and the earth shook a few times. Brother Qin Feng. Wen Yiming looked at the back of the figure standing in front of him with a shocked expression. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. The martial arts world people who rushed over from behind stopped abruptly and stared at Qin Feng's tall and sturdy back in disbelief. Wasn't Alliance leader Qin seriously injured and his body even exploded? When did he come here? Heroes stand here and don't move. That old dog Chong Kong from the Stars Gate wants to challenge me? Then I'll play with him. Qin Feng's voice changed. It was deep and strong as if it came from far away. His aura changed dramatically, and the surging true qi emitted from him made the row of great elders of the Stars Gate break out in a cold sweat. The martial arts world people were all dumbfounded, including Xiao, Li, and Haiqing. A second ago, they were still hugging Qin Feng, and the next moment, Qin Feng was hundreds of meters away. Huh, you're at the true qi stage? That's not right. You were clearly at the pinnacle of stage 9 inner qi. Even the sect leader of the Stars Gate, Ling Chongkong, was confused. He was sure that Qin Feng was only at the pinnacle of stage 9 inner qi. Could it be that he broke through with a single palm strike? Ling Chongkong, your Stars Gate has offended me. You'll regret it. Qin Feng didn't care about Ling Chongkong's doubts. With a roar, his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! Qin Feng didn't take out his flying sword, but his speed was as fast as stepping on a flying sword. He didn't attack Ling Chongkong directly. Instead, he flashed rapidly in the surroundings, feeling and adapting to the realm of stage for true qi. Following Qin Feng's flashing, the surrounding wind started to blow. Is this the strength of a stage for true qi? Qin Feng was so excited that he wanted to laugh wildly. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Feng's strength suddenly increased, and no one could see his explosive speed clearly. Only Ling Chongkong, who was standing on the roof, had a dignified look in his old eyes. Stinking brat, let's see how much ability you have. Ling Chongkong's sudden attack was also frighteningly fast. His figure was already 100 meters away on the plains, but his voice was still floating on the roof. Rumble! A loud sound exploded behind the crowd. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. It turned out that Qin Feng and Ling Chongkong had already rushed out of the Stars Gate and started fighting on the plains in the distance. Brat, don't run if you have the guts! Ling Chongkong sent out a few palm strikes, but none of them hit Qin Feng. Qin Feng had already adapted to Qiao Feng's peak strength. He wasn't running away at all. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Both of his palms moved in a seemingly slow and ordinary manner. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng sent out a few palm strikes. The roar of a dragon passed by, and the wind from the palm strikes condensed into several dragons that soared into the sky. 18 subduing dragon palms. Rumble! With a roar, Qin Feng sent out a shocking aura. The soaring true qi was as if it didn't care about its life. In an instant, it enveloped Ling Chongkong. Ling Chongkong thought that Qin Feng wasn't his opponent, so he didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. By the time he sent out 2 palm strikes, it was already too late. Rumble! Both of them were experts at the 4th level of true qi. When their true qi collided, it was simply a disaster. Everyone standing hundreds of meters away was pushed back by the violent airflow, and those with lower strength were directly knocked to the ground. The valley shook, and the ground cracked open to form a huge pit. The speed of Qin Feng and Ling Chongkong's battle was extremely fast. In the eyes of the crowd, they were just 2 black shadows. It was impossible to determine the exact process of their battle. Bang! With the 18 subduing dragon palms, Ling Chongkong was directly smashed into a mountain peak. The wind from the palm strikes behind him all landed on Ling Chongkong's chest, and he was forcefully smashed into the middle of the mountain peak. Not good. Sect leader Chongkong is being attacked. Everyone, hurry up! The few elders who were guarding the side entrance of the Stars Gate were dumbstruck. When they regained their senses, someone let out a strange cry and rushed towards the battlefield. The entire Stars Gate was mobilized. Hundreds of people burst out with a powerful aura, as if there was an earthquake. Heroes and warriors, let's stop the people from the Star's Gate. As soon as the disciples on the other side moved, Wen Yiming shouted. He and Xiao Li had already pounced forward, looking like they were ready to fight at any time. Hai Qing also quickly waved his sword and rushed over. He even shouted at Elder Haifeng, "Elder, let's help Big Brother Qin." Rumble. In an instant, the elders from the various sects came back to their senses. The outer martial arts world was mobilized for Qin Feng. Hundreds of people immediately formed a human wall, blocking the path of the people from the Star's Gate. You bunch of outer hidden sect trash! How dare you behave atrociously in the Star's Gate? Hurry up and get out of the way, or else you'll be in trouble. The people from the Star's Gate suddenly stopped, although they looked down on outer hidden sects like Shaolin and Wudong. The elders of the Star's Gate still felt a little guilty in the face of so many people from the sect. Today, I, Wen Yiming, will be as long as my sword lives. If my sword dies, I die. Wen Yiming was also a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect, one of the 5 tyrants of the Inner Hidden sect. However, he had always disliked the behavior of the Inner Hidden sect that looked down on the outer hidden sections. Disciples of Jade Lady Mountain, listen up. Stop the people from the Star's Gate with your lives. Elder Haifeng, who was from the Inner Hidden sect, was also furious. What the Star's Gate did today was really against the rules of the martial arts world. They actually attacked Alliance leader Qin and wanted to besiege Qin Feng. What's so great about the Star's Gate? I'm Shaolin Sect's Uncle Master Yuanzhen. I'd like to compete with you. I, Zhang Tiandao of Wudong, am here. Today, I'll show you the strength of the outer hidden sections. Let's see if you dare not treat us like humans in the future. The outer martial arts world was fighting because of Qin Feng. Moreover, with Qin Feng as their backer, they were not afraid at all. If they did not stand up and fight for the position of the outer hidden sects now, when would they wait? The few elders of the Star's Gate were stunned. As one of the big sects of the 5 tyrants of the Inner Hidden sect, they usually did not care about the outer hidden sections. Moreover, the outer hidden sects usually nodded and bowed when they saw them. Today, they must have taken the wrong medicine. On one side, 200 people were confronting each other in the air. On the other side, Qin Feng and Ling Chongkong were fighting fiercely. The violent sounds could not be stopped at all. Just listening to the sounds was enough to make one shiver. Good, you reckless trash. Today you're asking for trouble. Then don't expect us from the Star's Gate to be ruthless. Disciples, listen up. Kill all these ants for me. The elder of the Star's Gate, who was at the first level of vital energy, roared and attacked Wen Yiming and the others. However, Wen Yiming did not have any vital energy experts on his side. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Ling Baiyu, you idiot. Stop right now. Chapter 11:17. Ling Chongkong was fuming with rage. The reason why he dared to attack Qin Feng was because he had already found an excuse. Ling Chongkong used the excuse of doubting Qin Feng's strength to spar with him. Even if he injured Qin Feng, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Ling Baiyu led the Star Sect to fight against all the outer hidden sections. Wasn't this a suicidal action, sect leader Chongkong? How dare these trash behave atrociously in the Star Sect? Let me destroy them. Ling Baiyu was reprimanded in front of everyone. He lost his face instantly and wanted to fight for it. Ling Chongkong fought while paying attention to Ling Baiyu's situation. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Destroy my ass. Just guard the Star Sect with your men. Don't do anything. Rumble. As soon as Ling Chongkong finished his sentence, Qin Feng's palm flew over. Ling Chongkong was worried about the situation over there. He was distracted and was once again slapped into the deep pit by Qin Feng. The fight on Wen Yiming's side stopped before it even started. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng torturing the sect leader of Starlight Sect, like a dog, whether it was the disciples from the hidden sects or the Starlight Sect, They were all dumbfounded. Damn, what realm is Alliance Leader Qin? I feel like he's invincible. Alliance Leader Qin is so cool. He is getting stronger when he meets strong opponents. He actually beat up the leader of Starlight Sect. What realm is Ling Changkong in? We're saved. We're saved. The day of the Outer Hidden Sect's rise is here. Everyone cheered as if they had won a battle. Xiao, Li, and Wen Yiming were still in a daze. They were the closest to Qin Feng among everyone. When Wen Yiming met Qin Feng in the Ghost Mountain ancient martial arts relic, Qin Feng wasn't so powerful. Previously, Qin Feng's sudden increase in realm had shocked Wen Yiming. In just half a month, Qin Feng had ascended again. Xiao Li was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She followed her master every day, but she still couldn't see through him. Rumble. A loud explosion rang out, causing everyone to wake up abruptly. The ground in the distance suddenly exploded. Dust flew into the air, obstructing everyone's vision. They could only vaguely see a black shadow flying out from the dust. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the peak of a valley. Flashing lights appeared. A purple longsword appeared in Ling Changkong's hand. As he brandished the longsword, the air around him began to change. Behind his head, a pattern of twinkling stars appeared. There were lights connecting the stars, and the number of stars increased. It was as if a destructive force had been condensed. Qin Feng, you're courting death! Ling Changkong stood on top of the valley and roared. His voice pierced through the air and shook the ears of the martial artists outside. As the sect leader of the Stellar Sect and a stage for a true Qi expert, Ling Changkong had forgotten how long it had been since he was injured, or how long had it been since someone dared to fight with him. However, today he was beaten into a sorry state by the young Qin Feng. Ling Changkong was completely enraged, and he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Stellar Gate, the Stellar Sword Art. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The cries of swords rang out everywhere. The number of stars behind Ling Changkong's head had already reached 20, but this was not his limit. Previously, when the vice sect leader Ling Tianhai appeared in the Devil City, he could only condense the power of 13 stars with his stage 1 true Qi. Qin Feng had witnessed the power of 13 stars when they were condensed. It was so powerful that the valley at the bottom of the cliff in the depths of the Devil City collapsed. At this moment, Ling Changkong had condensed the power of 38 stars. Its destructive power was at least twice that of Ling Tianhai's sword. Master, be careful! Alliance, Leader Qin, run. Even the members of the Outer Hidden Sect, who were standing 100 meters away, could feel the hidden power of Ling Changkong's sword. They were suppressed to the point of fear and were shouting for Qin Feng to run for his life. Qin Feng stood on top of the valley and looked up at Ling Changkong. It was too late to run now. Furthermore, Qin Feng had no intention of leaving. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's palms danced, and a series of violent explosions came from his body. Everyone could not understand Qin Feng's situation. They did not know whether the explosions were from his body or because he was too scared. Haha. Qin Feng, no matter how much you resist, it's useless. I've been in the inner hidden sect for almost 100 years, and I've yet to meet anyone who could withstand my 38-star sword. It's even more impossible for you. Ling Changkong's black robes were in tatters, and his white hair was messed up by the strong winds. Coupled with a sinister smile on his face, he looked like a madman. Qin Feng was unmoved. The speed of his hands increased, and he had already created a series of afterimages. Numerous golden dragons appeared around his body, as Qin Feng unleashed the Vajra art's invincible golden body. At this moment, he looked like a golden man who had descended from the sky. Whoosh! The sound of a sword rang out. Ling Changkong's laughter stopped abruptly, but he had already swung the purple spiritual sword in his hand. A star flickered behind him as a ray of sword light shot towards him. It was accompanied by a violent gust of wind, causing the surrounding valley to tremble violently. Rumble! Qin Feng unleashed a palm strike, and a golden dragon flew out. The surging sword Qi was instantly swallowed by the golden dragon and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, this was only the beginning. The spiritual sword in Ling Changkong's hand continued to descend, and the star behind him quickly dimmed. The power of the star's sword was condensed within the sword Qi. When the second sword strike landed, the golden dragon that Qin Feng had unleashed had already been destroyed. Rumble! Qin Feng's palms flew out, and he unleashed 17 palm strikes in a row. Each palm strike carried a golden dragon that soared into the sky and collided with Ling Changkong's sword Qi in the air. Loud noises rang out incessantly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The clear sky was filled with dark clouds, and the violent explosions in midair had caused lightning to appear. The golden dragon flew and roared in the midst of the lightning. It was a magnificent sight. Crazy! What realm are these two at? Are vital energy stage experts this powerful? The inner hidden sect has been secretly developing for 100 years and has indeed produced a large number of experts. Our outer hidden sect's martial artists have been left behind. Thunder roared and lightning circled the area. Everyone from the outer martial world, including the cosmic sect's disciples, were dumbfounded. This battle was the most powerful one they had ever witnessed. Everyone even imagined that if they were the ones in the battle, they would not be able to withstand a single palm from Qin Feng, much less a casual slash from Ling Changkong, the golden dragon, and the sword Qi, condensed by the star's sword, fought fiercely in the air. Even Qin Feng was shocked by the strength displayed at this moment. This was not Qin Feng's own strength, but the strength of Hero Qiao Feng from the Hero Alliance. Qin Feng was currently only at the peak of stage 9 inner Qi. He was eager to break through to stage for vital energy stage. Once he reached this stage, Qin Feng felt that he would be able to walk freely in the inner hidden sect. He would also be more confident in investigating Ling Jiutian's conspiracy and investigating the existence of other systems. Rumble! Qin Feng's 18 dragon, subduing palms, had been unleashed for God knows how many rounds. All 18 golden dragons flew out and were destroyed by the sword Qi, disappearing into the dark clouds. Ling Changkong's spiritual sword did not stop. There were still 2 stars shining behind him, as if they were the brightest stars in the dark. Ha! Qin Feng, it's time for you to die. After a fierce battle, Ling Changkong had completely lost his mind. Previously, he was worried about Qin Feng's identity as the Martial Arts Alliance Master and planned to severely injure Qin Feng to teach him a lesson. Now, however, he wanted to kill Qin Feng. Swish! Ling Changkong's sword chimed fiercely as he slashed down the power of the 2-star sword. The 2-sword Qi condensed and fell like a sword curtain, splitting the air into 2. Buzz! A strange energy wave rippled around Qin Feng's body. A long sword that was as clear as the moonlight appeared in his hand. The sword hilt was engraved with the pattern of a crescent moon. It was cold and elegant. With a sword in hand, he gathered the power of the moon god. This was the rare pink equipment, Moon Sorrow. Rumble! Qin Feng raised his sword. It was a simple and clean move. A bright light containing the power of the moon god shot out and instantly collided with the 2-stars sword. A large hole seemed to have been blasted open in the sky. The valley under Ling Changkong's feet suddenly cracked, and some of the buildings in the Starlight Gate collapsed. Rumble! The loud noises were endless, and it was impossible to stop. Qin Feng and Ling Changkong disappeared in the dust. The martial artists and the disciples of the Starlight Gate were so shocked that they couldn't breathe. Other than the loud noises of the explosion and the collapse of the mountain, everyone fell into a dead silence. No one moved, and no one said a word. Time seemed to have stopped for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the noise caused by the battle between Qin Feng and Ling Changkong gradually subsided. This time, the valley was completely quiet. If it wasn't for the collapsed buildings and large rocks, it was as if nothing had happened. Alliance Master Qin, are you okay? Someone in the crowd finally regained his senses and shouted Qin Feng's name. The elders and disciples of the Starlight Gate were also anxious and started to call Ling Chongkong, sect master. There was no sound of the two of them in the ruins. No one knew if Qin Feng and Ling Chongkong were dead or alive. However, at this moment, a loud sound came from under a huge rock. The rock instantly exploded, and a black shadow flew out from it. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the roof of the tallest building in the Stargate. "Great! Sect Master Chongkong is not dead!" someone in the Starlight Gate screamed. The person who landed on the roof was Ling Chongkong. However, at this moment, no one could recognize Ling Chongkong if they didn't look carefully. When he appeared, he was wearing a handsome black robe and had a head of elegant white hair. He was also standing on the roof, intimidating everyone. At this moment, Ling Chongkong's clothes were torn and his hair was covered with dust. There were some wounds on his body that were bleeding. Those who didn't know him would think he was a stinky beggar. Where's Alliance Master Qin? Could it be? Ling Chongkong had already jumped out, but Qin Feng was nowhere to be seen. This immediately caused fear in the hearts of the people of the Outer Hidden Sect. Ling Chongkong had suffered some internal injuries. At this moment, he was standing on the roof without saying a word. He was adjusting the chaotic vital energy in his body. Chapter 1118. Haha, your bullshit alliance leader Qin is already dead, Ling Baiyu said with a smirk. Ling Baiyu had a belly full of anger in his heart, but now he could finally vent it out. Stupid old man, do you know how to speak? How dare you curse Alliance Leader Qin? Shut up, you damn thing. If anything happens to Alliance Leader Qin today, how do you expect us to? Buffed. I'll destroy your Star Sect. Star Sect broke the rules of the martial arts world and actually attacked Alliance Leader Qin. Everyone, spread this news and let the entire Chinese martial arts world deal with Star Sect. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. They were all unwilling to admit that Qin Feng was dead, but Qin Feng still hadn't appeared. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if Alliance Leader Qin was really dead. Xiao Li was already out of her wits. After she came back to her senses, she was about to go crazy. Suddenly, a gust of chilly wind blew. Xiao Li was about to rush up and fight Ling Baiyu. Miss Xiao Li, don't be impulsive. You're no match for that old man. Moreover, I believe that Brother Qin Feng will be fine. Let's wait a little longer. Wen Yiming immediately stopped Xiao Li. He believed that Qin Feng wasn't dead because Qin Feng had shown amazing and magical abilities several times before. Wen Yiming believed that Qin Feng would be fine this time. Everyone in the outer martial arts world had a worried expression. The elders and disciples of Star Sect were overjoyed. As long as Qin Feng was dead, the rest of the outer hidden sects were trash in their eyes. They could chase them away at any time. You bunch of outer hidden sects trash, get lost right now. How dare you behave atrociously in Star Sect? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Do you think you're worthy of being here? Without Qin Feng, Ling Baiyu was clamoring. Apart from Ling Chongkong, who had stepped into the true energy realm, Ling Baiyu was the only one left. The outer hidden sects were so angry that they gritted their teeth, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Even Wen Yiming was no match for Ling Baiyu. They weren't afraid of death, they just wanted to wait a little longer because it was very likely that Qin Feng was still alive. Heroes of the outer hidden sects, I think everyone has misunderstood me. We, the Starlight Sect, did not go after Alliance Master Qin on purpose. I merely wanted to have a friendly match with Alliance Master Qin. Who would have thought that he would not be able to withstand my attacks? He died before I could even attack. Since it has come to this, we, the Star Sect, will organize a martial arts circle convention in the near future. At that time, we will elect a new leader of the martial arts circle. After recuperating for a while, Ling Chongkong had already suppressed the rampaging vital energy in his body. His voice was extremely penetrating and entered everyone's ears. However, everyone was angered to death by Ling Chongkong's words. This old man was sinister and cunning. He clearly wanted to kill Qin Feng so that he could re-elect the alliance leader of the martial arts circle. However, he twisted the truth and made up a different story for himself. Ling Changkong, as a sect leader, you actually dared to lay your hands on a junior. Why must you find so many excuses to hide the truth? There are so many people here who can clearly see what kind of person you are. What's the point of quibbling? When Yiming shouted angrily, Ling Changkong's expression did not change. Instead, he put on an amiable smile like a kind old grandfather. Hee, it's none of your business if you don't believe me. The martial arts circle of China has long been dominated by the inner hidden sects. You must be the genius disciple of the Snow Mountain sect, Wen Yiming, right? Why are you still standing among that motley crew and speaking up for them? Ling Changkong's words did not hide his disdain towards the outer hidden sects at all. The outer hidden sects' disciples were burning with anger. Old fart, who are you calling a motley crew? Watch your words. You don't have to quibble. We, the outer hidden sects, have been here for 3 days and 3 nights. Your star sect has refused to let us in. Now that Alliance leader Qin is here, you don't even want to see him. You even took advantage of your power and tried to kill Alliance leader Qin. You are simply a bunch of scum. The people of the outer hidden sects were in an uproar again. They were all criticizing and reprimanding Ling Changkong. As the sect leader of the Star Sect, Ling Changkong's status was extremely high. How could he tolerate a group of ants from the outer hidden sects pointing fingers at him? He could not be bothered to pretend anymore. Suddenly, his body emitted billowing vital energy. All of you, shut up! You are indeed a motley crew. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Ling Changkong was a stage 4 true Qi expert. With just a roar, his imposing manner made it hard for the crowd to breathe. The difference in strength between the 2 parties was too great. Even if the people of the outer hidden sects were not afraid of death, they did not have the strength to fight against the Star Sect. Seeing that 3 seconds were almost up, a strange aura floated in the air. Swoosh! At this moment, the cry of a sword rang out. With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng's figure appeared on one of the rooftops of the Star Sect. He was only 1 meter away from where Ling Changkong stood. The cosmic flying sword was too fast. Furthermore, Qin Feng withdrew it in time. No one saw how Qin Feng appeared. Even Ling Changkong only saw a flash of pink light before Qin Feng appeared in front of him. Compared to Ling Changkong, whose clothes were tattered and his hair was unkempt, Qin Feng looked as usual. His purple lightning robe was cold and sharp in the wind. His body was surrounded by purple lightning. Qin Feng's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face revealed a dignified expression. It was as if he was a mighty and tall god of war that had descended to the mortal world. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They were so shocked that they could not speak. The Star Sect's elders and disciples were so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. Especially Ling Baiyu. He was extremely arrogant before, but when he saw that Qin Feng was still alive, he immediately lost his confidence. Wow, Alliance leader Qin is not dead, he's still alive. I've already said that Alliance leader Qin is blessed. How could he die? Alliance leader Qin is mighty. Old dog from the Star Sect. Hurry up and let everyone in. We need to immediately hold the Martial Arts Alliance leader's ascension ceremony. Qin Feng's sudden appearance gave hope to the people from the outer hidden sect. Xiao Li had long since jumped to Qin Feng's side with tears streaming down her face. She hugged Qin Feng's arm and cried. Qin Feng hugged Xiao Li in his arms and looked at Ling Changkong coldly. He said, Ling, I'll also give you 3 seconds to let everyone in. Then I'll hold my ascension ceremony in the Star Sect. Qin Feng's body was surging with true qi, and his body was emitting a milky white radiance. Ling Changkong had long been stunned. Even now he was still in a daze. He thought that Qin Feng was dead. He did not expect that this brat would be able to block his 38 stellar swords. This was simply unbelievable. Ling Chongkong realized that the true qi on Qin Feng's body was a little strange. It was different from the true qi that he had when they were fighting. Moreover, the true qi around Qin Feng's body was clearly much weaker. However, when Ling Chongkong saw that Qin Feng was unharmed, he did not dare to make a move. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a little nervous. However, no one could tell from his expression. The time limit of Qiao Feng's character card had already expired. Qin Feng was now only at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. As for the true qi that was bursting out of his body, it was merely the effect of Qin Feng activating the halo of justice emblem. Old fart, 3 seconds have passed. It seems that you still want to continue fighting with me. Qin Feng was no match for Ling Chongkong a long time ago. However, he still pretended to be strong. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to make a move, Ling Chongkong's heart suddenly felt weak. He had suffered internal injuries in the previous battle and did not want to continue fighting. Everyone retreat. Let's welcome Alliance Leader Qin and our friends from the outer hidden sects. Ling Chongkong suddenly spoke with a kind and hearty smile on his face. Everyone was stunned by Ling Chongkong's actions and expression. This old fart was really shameless. Ling Baiyu felt extremely sullen, but he had no choice but to lead the crowd away. The people from the outer hidden sects rushed in. They felt as excited as the Japanese entering a village. Haha, Alliance Leader Qin is still the best. What's the sect leader of the Star Sect? He can only bow and scrape in front of Alliance Leader Qin. After Alliance Leader Qin holds the Ascension ceremony and officially becomes the Alliance leader of the martial arts world, the outer hidden sects will rise. The crowd discussed among themselves and completely ignored the feelings of the people from the Star Sect. When Ling Chongkong and the great elders heard these words, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, Ling Chongkong did not lose his temper. After Qin Feng's display of strength, Ling Chongkong could only swallow his anger. As for the people from the Star Sect, they did not dare to offend Qin Feng. He was someone who could defeat the sect leader of Chongkong. How could they afford to offend him? I say, what kind of trashy little sect is the Star Sect? Aren't you going to entertain everyone? Hurry up and set up a banquet in the courtyard and invite everyone to take a seat. Qin Feng knew that the people from the outer hidden sects had been waiting here for 3 days and 3 nights. All of them were so hungry that they were about to faint. As soon as they entered the Star Sect, Qin Feng acted as if he was the sect leader. He immediately reprimanded Ling Baiyu and the great elders. The few of them were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at Qin Feng. However, they did not talk back to Qin Feng. Everyone looked at Ling Chongkong and waited for the sect leader's instructions. Ling Chongkong was so angry that he almost died. Since things had developed to this stage, you should just follow Qin Feng's orders. What's the point of looking at me? In the end, you still have to listen to Qin Feng. Why are you still standing there? You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. The Star Sect is one of the 5 hidden sects. We've always been hospitable and friendly. Hurry up and bring out all the good food and drinks. Let's celebrate together. Ling Chongkong's words shocked the people from the Star Sect. After they regained their senses, the few great elders did not dare to disobey the sect leader of Chongkong's orders. They immediately arranged for people to bring out the food and drinks. As the disciples of the Star Sect busied themselves, more than 10 tables were quickly set up in the courtyard. The people from the outer hidden sects immediately sat down and ate the food and drinks. It was as lively as the New Year. Who allowed you to sit down? Are you guests? Why are you so insensible? Go and entertain the other guests. Ling Baiyu and the few great elders also sat down. They had not eaten anything yet. In the end, Qin Feng walked over and scolded them angrily. These people were so angry that they almost died. However, they could not show their anger to Qin Feng. Chapter 1119. Alliance Master Qin, this humble monk offers you a toast. Previously, I had some conflicts with you on demonic Beast Mountain. I hope Alliance Master Qin can forgive me. Martial Uncle Yuanjin sat at the same table as Qin Fin. He chuckled as he raised his wine cup to toast Qin Fin. Qin Fin no longer cared about the previous 2 martial world disturbances. Now that he was the strongest person in China's secular world, his mindset was much broader. Qin Fin raised his wine cup and was about to drink when he suddenly looked at Yuan Zhen in surprise, giving Yuan Zhen a fright. He thought that Qin Fin was unwilling to forgive the Shaolin Temple. Alliance Master Qin, what's wrong? Martial Uncle Yuan Zhen asked, trembling. Aren't you a Shaolin Temple disciple? How can you drink? Qin Fin raised his eyebrows. The other 10-odd people sitting around the table also came to their senses. They all looked at Martial Uncle Yuan Zhen strangely. Yuan Zhen relaxed as he said with a smile, "Haha, Alliance Master Qin, actually as the older generation of Shaolin Temple, we don't have that many rules. Buddha once said that one's face reflects one's heart. What one thinks in one's heart is a precept. However, there is no wine in my heart, so this cup is not wine. I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Martial Uncle Yuan Zhen spoke eloquently. In the end, after drinking, he smacked his lips and sighed. "TSK, TSK, great wine." Everyone was rendered speechless by Yuan Zhen's actions. Qin Fin also laughed heartily and downed his white wine. With Martial Uncle Yuan Zhen taking the lead, the various outer hidden sects toasted Qin Fin. Even a May Peak's priestess Heartless broke her precept and toasted Qin Fin. Originally, everyone present had a grudge with Qin Fin. In the previous 2 martial world disturbances, they had fought with Qin Fin for treasures. However, these outer hidden sects people were kind-hearted. They were much better than the sinister and vicious old dogs of the astral sect. "Master, a toast to you as well." Xiao Li raised his wine cup with a bashful expression. Qin Fin rubbed Xiao Li's head and said with a smile, "Next time, don't act recklessly in times of danger. If you can't defeat the enemy, run. Don't fight with your life on the line. Otherwise, who will take care of me in the future?" Of course, Qin Fin knew about Xiao Li's previous actions. When he saw Xiao Li risking his life to fight Ling Chongkong and Ling Baiyu, Qin Fin was very touched. Xiao Li nodded her head shyly and downed the white wine in one gulp. Jade Lady Mountain's Hai Qing also hurriedly ran over. She held her wine cup and appeared even more reserved than Xiao Li. "Big Brother Qin, you're really amazing. Little sister, Hai Qing offers you a toast. I hope that Alliance Master Qin can take care of Jade Maiden Mountain in the future." Looking at the cute and moving Hai Qing, Qin Feng smiled and said, "This doesn't sound like something you would say. Did your elder, Hai Feng, tell you to come and curry favor with me?" When Hai Qing was exposed, her pretty face immediately flushed red. "Big Brother Qin, it was indeed Elder Hai Feng who taught me to do this. However, I also hope that Big Brother Qin will take care of our Jade Maiden Mountain in the future." Hai Qing stuck her tongue out mischievously. Qin Fin was amused by this girl's cute and obedient behavior. "Okay, if Jade Maiden Mountain needs anything in the future, just look for me." When the ladies of Jade Maiden Mountain heard Qin Fin's guarantee, they cheered in their hearts. On the other hand, people from other sects looked at Jade Maiden Mountain with envy and jealousy. Most of them were from sects where men gathered. At this moment, they regretted so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would have recruited some young and beautiful female disciples into their sections. Hundreds of people sat around 10 tables, drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was very lively. Qin Fin and Wen Yiming sat together and chatted happily. Wen Yiming did not flinch at the crucial moment, which earned Qin Fin's appreciation. "Hey, are you all blockheads? Can't you see that our Alliance Master Qin's table is full of bones? Someone come and help Alliance Master Qin change a set of plates and clean the table. In the middle of the drinking, the Grand Elder of the Wu-Tang clan, Zhang Tiandao, shouted at the Elder of the Stars sect. The Elder of the Stars sect was furious. It was enough for him to stand aside and watch people eat and drink. Now he had to serve tea, pour water, and clean the table for them? Do you really think I'm your little brother? Don't you have hands? Do it yourself. The Elder of the Stars sect was so angry that he glared at Zhang Tiandao. Zhang Tiandao was also angry. He slammed the table and stood up. You stinking old man, are you trying to challenge Alliance Master Qin's authority? Be careful, that Alliance Master Qin will kill you with one palm. Zhang Tiandao could see that the Elder of the Stars sect was stronger than him. Zhang Tiandao did not dare to make a move himself, but he had Qin Fun as his backing. He was not afraid of the Elder of the Stars sect at all. Qin Fun stood up with a smile and said, "Oh, I heard that someone wants to challenge my authority as the Alliance Master? Which bastard is it? Let me kill him with one palm strike." Qin Fun and Zhang Tiandao echoed each other. The Elder of the Stars sect, who had looked like he would not clean the table even if he was beaten to death, was so scared that he immediately walked over with a smile when he saw Qin Fun stand up. Hee, Alliance Master Qin, you must have misheard. Let me help you change a plate and clean up the things on your table. The Elder of the Stars sect was so aggrieved that his tears were about to fall down. He was busy for a while. When he had just cleaned up the table on Qin Fun's side, the Elder of the Quick Blade sect, sitting at another table, also shouted, "Hey, you guys come over and clean up this table too. Why are you so insensible? Do you want me to call you before you listen to me?" Qin Fun took the lead, and the people at the other tables also shouted. Previously, everyone had been infuriated by the Stars sect. They had been refused entry for 3 days and 3 nights and looked down upon by the Stars sect. Now, with Qin Feng's authority, they could finally take revenge. They would not feel sorry for the people of the Stars sect. Hundreds of people ate in full swing, and all the people of the Stars sect became the lackeys to do odd jobs. Ling Baiyu and Ling Chongkong could not stand it anymore. The two of them were afraid that Qin Fun would ask them to clean the table, so they simply hid and pretended that nothing had happened. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. After they were full of wine and food, everyone was in high spirits and was ready to start the Alliance Master Qin's coronation ceremony. According to Qin Fun, the coronation ceremony would be held in the courtyard where they ate. The disciples of the Stars sect began to get busy again. They took away all the tables and cleaned the courtyard again. Everything was back to normal. Martial arts heroes. Did everyone enjoy the meal? Just after Qin Fun finished eating, Ling Chongkong walked out with Ling Baiyu. The people of the outer hidden sects looked down on them. They were not afraid of Ling Chongkong anymore, so they were talking loudly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's start the coronation ceremony now." Qin Fun's body emitted a dignified aura, showing off the demeanor of the martial arts leader. The people of the outer hidden sects had already spread out and surrounded the courtyard, emptying the space in the middle for Qin Fun to stand alone. Ling Chongkong also took 3 steps back. Ling Baiyu, who was standing behind him, was holding the Alliance Master Wu Ling's belt. It was a dazzling golden belt. It was specially made when the first Alliance Master of the martial arts world appeared in China. It represented the supreme status of the Alliance Master of the martial arts world. The previous Alliance Master of the martial arts world was taken by Ling Daozi. This Alliance Master's belt was in the Stars sect. Now that Qin Fun had ascended to the position of Alliance Master, he had to carry out the handover ceremony. From then on, the golden belt belonged to Qin Fun, Alliance Master Qin. You are young and promising. You deserve to be the Alliance Master of the martial arts world. Ling Chongkong seemed to have changed into a different person. Before this, he was fighting with Qin Fun with his life. Now he was putting on a smile and saying good things about Qin Fun. I believe that under the leadership of Alliance Master Qin, the martial arts world will develop better and better. Qin Feng was stunned by Ling Changkong's shamelessness. There was actually someone more shameless than him in this world. Qin Feng sneered and snatched the golden belt. With the belt in his hand, golden-haired Lion King's excited voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. Master, this is a great sage gold equipment. It's the same grade as my Dragon Slayer saber. Qin Feng was stunned the moment he received the golden belt. He initially thought that this belt was just an ordinary toy made of pure gold. Who would have thought that there was a strong spiritual energy hidden in the belt? It was even more powerful than the rare pink equipment that Qin Feng owned. After Qin Feng received the system, he knew that spiritual equipment was classified from white equipment to gold equipment. The full name of the gold equipment was the Great Sage Gold Equipment. So far, Qin Feng's most powerful spiritual equipment was the rare pink equipment. This was the first gold-grade spiritual equipment that he had gotten his hands on. Golden-haired Lion King. What's the use of this golden belt? Qin Feng asked excitedly. Master, the golden belt was personally made by the first alliance leader of the Chinese pugilistic world. It's said that the golden belt can increase the wearer's defense and extend their lifespan. However, even I have never got my hands on this treasure. I don't know if the rumors are true or false. Even golden-haired Lion King had yearned for the golden belt for a long time. From this, it could be seen that this great sage gold equipment was not just for show. Qin Feng hurriedly put the golden belt on his body. The golden light emitted from the belt was extremely dazzling. At this moment, Qin Feng felt the spiritual energy from the belt automatically enter his body. It continuously circulated in his body as if he was cultivating. Qin Feng finally discovered the benefits of the golden belt. This thing could indeed adjust the various indicators of the body to achieve a balance. It could also automatically help the wearer in their cultivation. Qin Feng was extremely excited. This time he had gotten his hands on the best gold-grade spiritual equipment. However, at this moment, Little Pig's voice was like a bucket of cold water splashed on him. Master, the great sage gold equipment is not the most powerful spiritual equipment in the martial world. It's just that the hedonist sovereign system only has gold-grade spiritual equipment. The system can't get any higher grade spiritual equipment. Qin Feng was stunned. A spiritual equipment that even the hedonist sovereign system couldn't get? How powerful was it? What other grades of spiritual equipment are there above the Great Sage Gold equipment? Qin Feng hurriedly asked. Above gold is the Scarlet Devil Red equipment, and above that is the Destructive Darkness equipment. Little Pig said, just by hearing the names of these two grades of equipment, Qin Feng knew that they must be very powerful. If the hedonist sovereign system is so powerful, why doesn't it have these two grades of spiritual equipment? Qin Feng was puzzled. Chapter 1120. Qin Feng was shocked by Little Pig's words. To Qin Feng, the hedonist sovereign system was already powerful enough. However, the damaged hedonist sovereign system only had 10% of its power. Long live Alliance, Leader Qin. All hail Alliance, Leader Qin. After Qin Feng put on the golden belt, the crowd cheered. Qin Feng returned to reality from the system and stood in the middle of the crowd. He looked at the crowd proudly. The people of the outer hidden sects were ecstatic. It was as if they could foresee the future of the outer hidden sections. On the other hand, the elders and disciples of the Star sect looked distressed, as if someone had died in their family. Ling Changkong seemed to have changed into a different person. From the moment he invited Qin Feng and the others into the Star sect, he had a kind smile on his face, as if he welcomed everyone. Haha! Congratulations, Alliance Leader Qin. From this moment onwards, you are officially the Alliance leader of the martial arts world. The development of the outer martial arts world depends on Alliance Leader Qin. Ling Changkong even took the initiative to congratulate Qin Feng. The people of the outer hidden sects were confused. They did not know what Ling Changkong was up to. Qin Feng had come to the Star Sect for the coronation ceremony. Now that the golden belt was in his hands, Qin Feng did not plan to stay in the Star Sect any longer. Everyone, thank you for coming all the way here to witness my coronation ceremony. Now that the ceremony is over, please go back to your rooms. I have to leave too. Qin Feng bade farewell to the crowd and prepared to leave with Xiao Li. The people of the outer hidden sects looked at Qin Feng reluctantly, especially Hai Qing of Jade Maiden Mountain. Her eyes were wide open, and she could not wait to leave with Qin Feng. Alliance leader Qin, please stay here for a few more days. Ling Changkong suddenly spoke as if he wanted to stop Qin Feng. The people of the outer hidden sects surrounded him and glared fiercely at Ling Changkong. Stupid old man, what are you trying to do now? Alliance leader Qin, let's go. We shouldn't stay in the Star Sect anymore. These people are very cunning. Alliance leader Qin will be in danger if you stay alone. Even though Ling Changkong appeared to be amiable, the people of the outer hidden sects did not think highly of this old man. Ling Changkong had wanted to kill Qin Feng previously. How could this guy suddenly repent? Qin Feng naturally understood the logic that everyone could see. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then unexpectedly said, "Oh, why did Sect Master Changkong ask me to stay?" Hee, you don't have to worry, Alliance leader Qin. You're the leader now. Why would the Star Sect set you up again? The reason why I asked you to stay is that I need to hand over some things to you. After all, the Star Sect is the sect where the previous leader of the martial arts circle is. There are many things that I need to hand over to you. Ling Changkong's words were reasonable, and the people from the outer hidden sects did not know how to refute him. Qin Feng smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Looks like I've been careless. The leader of the Wulin Alliance has a heavy responsibility, so it's only natural for me to familiarize myself with the work. I'll stay here for a few more days and leave after I've handed over the work to Sect Leader Changkong." It was as if Qin Feng and Ling Changkong had turned into two completely different people. Not long ago, the two of them were fighting to the death. Now, they were talking and laughing as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Be it the disciples of the outer hidden sects or the Star Sect, they were all dumbfounded. They had no idea what the two of them were trying to do. Haha, if Alliance leader Qin is willing to cooperate, then everything will be fine, Ling Changkong said with a smile. Xiao Li pulled Qin Feng's arm and whispered to Qin Feng worriedly, "Master, I think that old man is up to no good. Let's go." "That's fine too. Follow Hai Qing to Mount Jade Maiden for a few days. I'll look for you after I'm done with my work." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. It was not a good idea to keep Xiao Li by his side. Xiao Li was still too weak. If they were to fight, he would have to divert his attention to take care of this girl. Xiao Li quickly held Qin Feng's arm tightly. She thought that Qin Feng had misunderstood her. "Master, I won't leave if you're not leaving." "I'm just worried that Master." Qin Feng patted Xiao Li's head and said in the Heroes Alliance through telepathy, "Listen to me and leave first. I have other plans." Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Qin Feng nodded his head firmly. "All right then. Master, stay in Stargate to deal with your work. Xiao Li will follow Mount Jade Maiden back. If Master doesn't come to find Xiao Li in 3 days, Xiao Li will come to Stargate to look for you." Xiao Li was a sensible woman. She would not go against Qin Feng's will after she saw that Qin Feng had made his decision. No one understood Qin Feng's thoughts, but they couldn't persuade Qin Feng. After saying goodbye to Qin Feng, they left Star Sect first. Inside the Starlight Sect, there were only disciples and elders of the sect. Only Qin Feng stayed here. Ling Changkong was puzzled. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade Qin Feng to stay. Who would have thought that he would be able to make Qin Feng stay so easily? Haha. Alliance leader Qin, I'll ask Elder Ling Baiyu to arrange a room for you. Take a rest first. I'll talk to you about work later. Ling Chongkong said with a smile. Qin Feng followed Ling Baiyu's instructions and went inside with Ling Chongkong. Ling Baiyu arranged a superior guest room for Qin Feng. He was respectful along the way. Alliance leader Qin, are you satisfied with this room? Qin Feng looked around the room and said indifferently, It's okay. You can leave if there's nothing else. I want to rest. All right. Ling Baiyu bowed and left the room. However, the smile on his face turned into a cold, murderous aura the moment he closed the door. Ling Baiyu had been unhappy with Qin Feng for a long time. However, he was not as skilled as Qin Feng, so he had been swallowing his anger. Now that Qin Feng was left alone in Stargate, Ling Baiyu wished he could mobilize all the disciples in the sect to kill this guy. Sect leader Chongkong. Ling Baiyu went to Ling Chongkong's room in a hurry after he settled Qin Feng down. Ling Chongkong was sitting on the high platform with his eyes closed. He said coldly, Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Ling Baiyu rolled his eyes. He had no choice but to calm himself down. He even slowed down his speech. Sect leader Chongkong, that Qin Feng is too arrogant. He's left alone in our sect. Do you want me to bring some people to... Ling Baiyu made a gesture of slitting his throat. Ling Chongkong glanced at him in disdain. Sure, bring the whole stellar sect to destroy him. That brat is at the 4th stage of true qi. He can kill you all with one palm. Ling Baiyu's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Qin Feng to step into the 4th stage of true qi at such a young age. This was unprecedented in the history of the inner hidden sects. Chapter 11:21. Ling Chongkong had already thought of what Ling Baiyu said. The reason why he asked Qin Feng to stay was not to hand over the job, but to find a chance to kill this brat. Killing Qin Feng is a given. Go and gather some people first. I don't need too many people. Just get the 8 elders and some elite disciples to come. I'm currently recuperating. We'll make our move in 2 hours. Ling Baiyu became excited when he heard Ling Chongkong's words. Sect leader Chongkong, I'll do it now. By the way, get some ecstasy smoke and blow it into Qin Feng's room. Ling Chongkong added. Ling Baiyu smirked. The Starlight sect had their own ecstasy smoke. It would be a piece of cake to kill Qin Feng after he was drugged. Ling Baiyu excitedly went to make arrangements. Ling Chongkong's face darkened. He had to kill Qin Feng tonight. Little pig, is there any way for me to break through quickly? Qin Feng sat quietly on the bed in his room. The people from the Starlight sect wanted to kill him, and Qin Feng stayed because he wanted to destroy the entire Starlight sect. Master, you're at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. It's a big bottleneck for you to break through to the true energy stage. It's hard to break through with medicinal pills. You need to find enlightenment in battles. Qin Feng thought of the Battle Spirit Palace. He could go there and summon all the 9 dragons of China. However, Qin Feng had just broken through to the peak of stage 9 inner qi, so the inner qi in his body was still empty. Master, I suggest you upgrade the heavenly blessed Earth Cave Pavilion. You need to rely on your own cultivation to break through to the next realm. You can condense inner qi quickly with medicinal pills, but your strength will drop a lot after the breakthrough. Little Pig continued. Qin Feng understood what Little Pig meant. Cultivation was against the natural order. Even if one increased his realm by relying on medicinal pills, his strength would not necessarily increase. Just like Hua Tuo, a stage 1 inner qi expert, he broke through by eating medicinal pills. He might not be able to defeat Shimin Chueshue, who was at the peak of stage 9 inner qi. Qin Feng attached great importance to the true energy stage. He could consume medicinal pills to increase his strength in the inner qi stage, but he planned to break through the barrier with his own cultivation. Qin Feng entered the system interface of the heavenly blessings and earthly caves. The spiritual energy here was 50 times more than that on Earth. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 60 days on Earth. Every second would cost 2 hedonist points, and the upgrade would cost 50,000 hedonist points. After rising to rank 3, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth increased by 80 times, and it consumed 3 hedonist points per second. Leveling up would cost 100,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng didn't look down because he didn't have many hedonist points left, and he was planning to save them to open the Immortal Island. After some consideration, Qin Feng spent 150,000 hedonist points to upgrade the Heavenly Blessing and Earthly Cave to level 3. Rumble. There was a loud noise in the cave, and the originally rich spiritual energy suddenly surged, becoming boiling and violent. Standing in the middle of the cave, Qin Feng could feel the spiritual energy drilling into his body. Even the blood in his body flowed faster. Master, the Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion has been upgraded to level 3. Staying in there for 1 second will cost you 3 hedonist points. The countdown has started. Master, hurry up and cultivate. Little Pig's anxious voice sounded. Qin Feng was jolted awake. 3 hedonist points per second might seem insignificant, but it was a frightening amount when accumulated. The level 3 Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion was indeed powerful. The spiritual energy was abundant, and a layer of red mist appeared in the cave. That was the original color of the spiritual energy. Qin Feng sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The spiritual energy rushed into Qin Feng's body and filled his meridians and blood. Then it quickly circulated through his body and returned to his dantian. After a small circulation, Qin Feng continued with a large circulation. Time passed by quickly during cultivation. It felt like 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The inner qi in Qin Feng's dantian was initially empty, but after 2 hours, it became saturated and expanded. He felt like he was about to break through. Master, it's about time. Now, you need to train your willpower and search for an opportunity to break through in a fierce battle. Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng immediately exited the Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion. This was a place for tycoons, so Qin Feng didn't dare to stay for too long. Ding. Host Qin Feng has cultivated in level 3 Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion for 2 hours and 3 minutes. 22400 hedonist points have been spent. Host's total remaining hedonist points 192,000. The system notification sounded as soon as Qin Feng exited the Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion. The concentration of spiritual energy in level 3 Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion was 80 times that of Earth. Cultivating for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 80 days on Earth. Qin Feng's 2 hours of cultivation was equivalent to cultivating for 7 days and 7 nights on Earth. Rumble. After leaving the Heavenly Blessed and Earthly Cave Pavilion, Qin Feng immediately entered the Battle Spirit Palace. The sound of a fierce battle could be heard from the Battle Spirit Palace. Qin Feng summoned the 9 dragons of China and fought against a group of experts alone. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The 9 dragons of China only possessed sufficient strength, but they had no emotions. Every time they attacked, they would attack with killing moves. They would not show any mercy to Qin Feng. However, it was in this kind of life and death battle that Qin Feng learned more things. He could feel his strength increasing rapidly. Master, someone is trying to frame you. While Qin Feng was fighting fiercely, Little Pig's voice sounded in the Battle Spirit Palace. Qin Feng communicated with Little Pig telepathically while fighting. What's going on? Someone blew knockout smoke into Master's room. They want to knock Master out. Little Pig said quickly. Golden Fur Lion King was furious. He raised the dragon saber and roared furiously. Master, Golden Fur Lion King requests to fight. I can kill that old bastard, Ling Chongkong, by myself. Qin Feng already felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He could not afford to make any mistakes at this critical moment. Thus, Qin Feng released Golden Fur Lion King. However, he did not allow Golden Fur Lion King to act recklessly. He only allowed Golden Fur Lion King to hide in the room to protect himself. "Little pig, buy me the antidote for the knockout smoke," Qin Feng said. "Master, the knockout smoke of the Starry Sect should be self-developed. I'm not sure what kind of antidote is used. I suggest that Master buy a bottle of 100 poison powder. It can cure all kinds of strange poisons in the world." Qin Feng immediately bought a bottle of 100 poison powder without hesitation. He drank half of it and gave the other half to Golden Fur Lion King. Golden Fur Lion King leaped onto the beam of the room and hid very well. Qin Feng was still sitting cross-legged on the big bed in the room. However, his telepathic thoughts were fighting with the 9 dragons of China in the Battle Spirit Palace. Bang, bang, bang. The battle in the Battle Spirit Palace was unceasing, and the sound was intense. Qin Feng also felt that he was already half a step into the true energy stage. The inner qi in his body began to change. It was much purer and stronger than before. This was the normal change before the inner qi stage entered the true energy stage. Rumble. After a while, there was a sudden explosion in Qin Feng's body. Waves of milky white true energy gushed out. Qin Feng felt a strong sense of relief. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. Just the roar at the moment of breakthrough sent the 9 dragons of China flying. "Master, congratulations on successfully stepping into the true energy stage." Little Pig's pleasantly surprised voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was extremely excited. He had been yearning for the true energy stage for a long time. Now he had finally broken through. 10 months ago, he was still a powerless, hedonistic young master. He broke through to the true energy stage in 10 months. In the whole of China, only Qin Feng had this kind of speed. What was that sound just now? At the door of Qin Feng's room, Ling Baiyu was already guarding with a group of elders and dozens of elite disciples. The dozens of disciples were blowing the knockout smoke into the room. Suddenly, they heard the sound of Qin Feng's body exploding when he broke through. Everyone immediately became vigilant. Ling Baiyu was so scared that he was trembling. Now that sect leader Ling Changkong had not arrived, how would they dare to fight with Qin Feng? "It seems like there's no sound again. Could it be that Qin Feng fainted and fell from the bed to the ground?" An elder guessed. The rest of the elders and disciples had different opinions. They all thought that it was very likely that Qin Feng had fainted. This knockout smoke was made by the Starlight sect. Although the strength of the drug was similar to the knockout smoke in the martial arts world, the antidote was different. Just now, dozens of disciples took turns to blow the knockout smoke into the room. Even an elephant would faint. Qin Feng should have indeed fainted. "You too, quickly go and see the situation." Ling Baiyu did not have the guts to go, so he ordered the 2 disciples behind him. The 2 disciples were depressed. They regretted squatting behind Ling Baiyu. Creak! Although they were extremely reluctant, the 2 disciples could only bite the bullet and push the door. The door gradually opened. One of the disciples looked into the room through the crack of the door and saw Qin Feng lying on the ground. "Great Elder Baiyu has fainted. That grandson has really fainted." After the 2 disciples saw the situation clearly, they were extremely excited. Ling Baiyu and the others were instantly relieved. Qin Feng's performance in the battle with Ling Changkong was too strong. The people of the Starlight sect were really afraid of Qin Feng. "Good job. This brat has fainted. Immediately go and report to sect leader Changkong. Let him come and capture Qin Feng." Ling Baiyu ordered the 2 disciples who opened the door. Before the 2 had time to leave, a black shadow had already landed. Sect leader Changkong. Seeing the person, everyone stood up in surprise. Ling Baiyu immediately went up and said, "Qin Feng's grandson has been knocked out by the knockout smoke." Let's go in and kill him now. Ling Chongkong slightly frowned. He was still very vigilant. Logically speaking, Qin Feng was a powerhouse at the 4th stage of True Qi. How could he be so easily knocked out by the knockout smoke? Don't be impatient. I'll go and take a look first. Chapter 1122. Ling Baiyu, along with a few elders and more than 20 disciples of the Star Sect, held their breaths and waited outside the door. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Chongkong, who was on the roof, and their hearts were in their throats. Ling Chongkong was also very nervous. When he fought with Qin Feng previously, he used his ultimate technique, the 38 Mansions of the Stars, but he still couldn't defeat Qin Feng. At this moment, Ling Chongkong carefully looked into the room. He could smell the strong smell of the intoxicating smoke. But before coming here, everyone had taken the antidote, so Ling Chongkong was not afraid of the intoxicating smoke entering his body. In the room, Qin Feng was lying on the ground beside the bed. It seemed that he had fallen from the bed. The room was silent and no one else could be seen. Swoosh! Ling Chongkong leaped into the air and flew into the air. He shouted at the crowd below. Qin Feng has already fainted. Everyone charge in. Rumble. As Ling Chongkong's voice fell, he had already stepped on the roof. An entire roof suddenly collapsed. Ling Chongkong leaped again and was ready to dive down to capture Qin Feng. Rumble. On the ground. Ling Baiyu had already led a group of elders and disciples into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Ling Baiyu's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Damn it! It's an ambush. Everyone retreat. Qin Feng is not unconscious. He's gone." Everyone instantly panicked, and they were completely in a mess. The great elder, who rushed in front, wanted to run out, but the disciples outside did not come to their senses and rushed in again. For a moment, no one retreated. A pink light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of elite disciples fell to the ground. They were all Stage 8 Inner Qi disciples and above, and they did not even have time to scream before they died. Rumble. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood, but at this moment, there was another loud noise on the roof. A black shadow flew out from the room. Under the sunlight, his long hair was shining, and he was holding a golden long sword in his hand. The long sword was domineering and mighty, and it was engraved with the pattern of a long dragon. "You ant, how dare you offend my master? I have not liked you for a long time. Take this!" The golden fur Lion King roared angrily, causing the surrounding houses to shake. Ling Chongkong had just bent down, and he had not figured out what was going on. Why was there suddenly another person? Moreover, he was a true Qi stage expert. "Qin Feng, you dare to deceive me by pretending to be unconscious? You're indeed a treacherous villain. I must kill you today." Ling Chongkong glared at the 20 or so elite disciples who had fallen to the ground in an instant. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Su Yan. It was obvious that his plan had failed, but he still had the cheek to curse Su Yan as a sinister villain. However, Ling Chongkong ignored the existence of the golden fur Lion King. He thought that this yellow-haired brute was just Qin Feng's little brother. Just as he was about to send the golden fur Lion King flying with a palm strike, a saber light flashed. The surging aura scared Ling Chongkong so much that he almost wet his pants. "You, what realm are you in?" Ling Chongkong cried out in shock. Halfway through his sentence, his entire body was sent flying by the golden fur Lion King's saber. In midair, Ling Chongkong's body was like a kite with a broken string. He shot all the way to a tall building and directly destroyed it. Rumble. Once the golden fur Lion King succeeded in his attack, Qin Feng had already killed all the disciples that came. The remaining 8 elders were so scared that they retreated out of the room. With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng had already chased after them. "A bunch of grandsons, you want to charm me? Why are you running now? All of you, die obediently for me." Qin Feng held Moon Sorrow in one hand and stood on the cosmic flying sword under his feet. Qin Feng usually did not show this flying sword in front of outsiders unless it was someone Qin Feng had to kill. Ling Baiyu and the 8 great elders had nowhere to retreat, so they all stopped and surrounded Qin Feng. They obviously had the advantage in numbers, but they were all trembling in fear. What is this? An elder looked at the cosmic flying sword under Qin Feng's feet and cried out in shock. Qin Feng stood on the flying sword and his body was suspended in midair. That scene was extremely strange. Even Ling Chongkong, the leader of the Starlight sect, could not do this. Ling Baiyu, who was more knowledgeable, suddenly came to his senses. Staring at the cosmic flying sword, his eyes flashed with greed. This is a flying sword. So there really is such a celestial weapon in the Chinese martial arts world. With a flying sword in hand, you can kill people without leaving a trace. You can go to heaven and earth like walking on flat ground. Flying sword? There really is a flying sword. Great, Elder Baiyu. Let's work together and get this flying sword. After recognizing the cosmic flying sword under Qin Feng's feet, the 9 people who were originally afraid lost their minds. A flying sword was so precious in the martial arts world that even Ling Baiyu and the other great elders of the Starlight sect had never seen one in their lives. It was said that with a flying sword in hand, you could kill people who were above your level in minutes. This kind of heaven-defying celestial weapon was something that people would fight for even if they had to risk their lives. Qin Feng, I don't believe you have the ability to set up a formation, Ling Baiyu roared, and the 8 great elders suddenly changed their figures. The 8 people stood in different corners. The positions were very delicate, and Ling Baiyu stood in the middle of the 8 people as if he was connecting the 8 people. Qin Feng had just upgraded the heaven and earth formation not long ago. He was very proficient in setting up and breaking formations. At this time, at a glance, he recognized that the formation Ling Baiyu and the others set up was the powerful formation, which could raise the strength of the 9 people in the formation to a high level. The 9 people were very busy. They were all quickly urging their internal qi to set up the formation. Ling Baiyu was the formation eye of this powerful formation, and the formation was supported by his true qi. Qin Feng looked at the 9 people jumping around and felt funny in his heart. He was not in a hurry to kill the 9 people. He wanted to see how powerful this powerful formation was after it took effect. Qin Feng also found that the sects in the martial arts world were really very formal. During the martial arts storm, Qin Feng encountered the Wudong 13 sword formation and the Shaolin 18 bronze men formation. Now the Starlight sect was also setting up a formation in the battle, and the powerful formation was more powerful than the formations of Shaolin Wudong. As for the warriors in the secular world of Huaxia, they were much worse. Even when they attacked together, they fought separately. It was rare to see sects or big families who knew how to set up a formation. Boom! The powerful formation soon took effect, and there was a muffled sound on the bodies of Ling Baiyu and the others. Qin Feng could clearly feel that the airflow in the surroundings had already changed, and a dangerous aura was rapidly approaching. Qin Feng, I want to see how much ability you have. Kill. Following Ling Baiyu's order, the 8 grand elders of the Starlight sect flew over. These 8 people held a sword in their hands. Their strength was comparable to Ling Yangzi and Aunt Ling Shui, who went to Devil City last time. They were all experts at the peak of stage 9 inner chi. Bang! Bang! Before they arrived, they were already shrouded by sword chi in the air. The 8 grand elders of the Starlight sect were also very calculative. They knew that Qin Feng was very powerful, so they didn't dare to approach him. They stood in the range of the formation and used sword qi to attack from afar. Qin Feng stood in the powerful formation and was instantly surrounded by turbulent sword qi. When the sword qi was about to penetrate Qin Feng's body, a pink light flashed, and in the next moment, Qin Feng was already floating in the sky above everyone's head. Rumble! Hundreds of sword qi collided at the place where Qin Feng stood just now. The ground shook and the earth cracked. The 8 grand elders, Ling Baiyu, hurriedly used his chi to protect himself from the airflow of the explosion. No wonder it's the legendary flying sword. Its speed is too amazing. Ling Baiyu forgot to fight and looked up at the pink flying sword under Qin Feng's feet. His eyes shone with a golden light. The 8 grand elders were also dumbfounded. If they could get their hands on such a treasure that could move 100 meters in the blink of an eye, no matter how powerful their opponents were, they would be unparalleled in terms of escaping. Kill that brat. Ling Baiyu quickly calmed down and took the lead to stab the sword above his head. The 8 grand elders didn't have time to admire the flying sword. They danced with their swords in their hands. These people practiced the starlight sword technique. Different shining stars appeared behind them. When the power of the constellations of 9 people gathered together, the momentum was quite spectacular. Buzz! There was a turbulence in the air. In Qin Feng's hand, a dazzling purple battle bow appeared. The battle bow was engraved with the image of a heavenly eagle. There was no string on the bow, but Qin Feng pulled it to the fullest. Swoosh! Hundreds of streaks of sword chi were about to pierce through Qin Feng's body when a heavenly eagle's fury appeared out of nowhere. The people below were dumbfounded as they saw a purple streak of light. It was a massive heavenly eagle swooping down. Rumble! The heavenly eagle bow's power was boundless. When it was shot, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The hundreds of sword chi were instantly swallowed by the heavenly eagle. After they landed, a huge crater was created. The powerful formation of Ling Baiyu and the others had been broken. The 9 people were fleeing in panic. Among them, 2 grand elders didn't dodge in time and were killed in the deep crater. Qin Feng stood on the starlight flying sword and was still floating high in the sky. He activated the invincible golden body. With the purple heavenly eagle bow in his hand, milky white true energy gushed out of his body. He was like a god of war descending from the sky. This was Qin Feng's strength after breaking through to the true energy stage. 1 man and 1 bow, he easily broke the formation laid by Ling Baiyu and the others. Experts at the peak of stage 9 inner chi were extremely powerful in the secular world of China. They were existences on par with the 9 dragons of China. But at this moment, an opponent of this level couldn't even withstand 1 strike from Qin Feng. Screech! Qin Feng didn't stop after the arrow fell. The heavenly eagle, bow, shot out continuously. More than a dozen purple heavenly eagles appeared in the sky. They all swooped down like divine birds. Rumble! The ground was already rumbling. The movement was so huge that it was like an earthquake. Ling Baiyu and the others didn't have the mood to fight with Qin Feng. They only cared about running for their lives. Not only did Qin Feng attack people, but he also shot at some of the main buildings of the Starlight sect. One after another, the purple heavenly eagles flew and landed on collapsed castles and houses. My leg was blown off. Elder Baiyu, save me. Qin Feng is too powerful. We are no match for him. What about sect leader Changkong? Why don't we surrender?